Welcome back to another live stream. Actually, may not even be started yet. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another live stream. I know that we're launching up on the YouTube side. Let's make sure that it goes live everywhere before we get too involved. Yeah, it looks like we're good on both fronts. And so today we are running a little bit shorter of a stream. I'm starting a little bit later, but this week has been absolutely crazy. So I haven't really been able to fit in a stream, unfortunately. But today we have a deck that I think is going to be pretty interesting to run. It is a Cope and a Hope. So it is a War Machine. It is a Hope Summers. I've really been enjoying Emperor Hulkling. I know that I get roasted a little bit for it, but I haven't been enjoying Emperor Hulkling. And so we kind of put all of those things together. Captain Pixie, welcome in. Peak Mojo. And then Coop, Bo, welcome in. Hopefully you guys are having a fantastic day so far. Hopefully your week has went well. It's been just over a full week since I was able to stream. So unfortunately things at work kind of picked up a bit and I haven't been able to sneak in as much stream time as I would like. And then Plastic, you said I've been playing that Toxic Sarah deck you brewed. It's really fun. Is it still holding pretty well for you, Plastic? And then Powerless, thank you so much for 6 months at a tier 1 sub. This is your 3rd month. Thank you for being here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. And then on the YouTube side, JD Fearless, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one as well. I'm glad I'm able to do a live. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to or not. And so today I'll do a quick rundown. I did just post a video over this deck. So I'll do a quick run through of what the deck is. And we'll see if we can maintain the win rate we had before. And then the Hydrate from Munchov. Thank you for the reminder, my friend. I haven't seen a lot of big decks that make me miss Shang lately. Yeah, I agree. It feels like we're running into like a very much like value or mid-range meta. Ajax is absurd. Yeah, he gets absurdly big, absurdly quick. Not a ring rat. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. Freak Mojo, thoughts on the over there? The over there was... I didn't find... I don't know. There were some interesting changes. I like the Atuma change. I like the Destroyer change. And I brewed quite a bit with those yesterday, but I just didn't find anything that just felt like it was better than any other Destroy deck that we already have. The other ones, I think Beast is still definitely playable, and it makes room for some of the stuff that we have entering into the game soon. Taskmaster, it feels unfortunate that he was nerfed to 6, because he still works in the negative deck, but doing things like She-Hulk or like Shuri, Skip, She-Hulk, Taskmaster is no longer possible. And so that's been like an OG combo for so long that I find it interesting. I'd be curious to see what the deck was that broke Taskmaster, where they needed to bring him up to 6. But as far as the deck that we're running today, and then Butt Squad, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. As far as the deck that we're running today, it is a Hope and a Cope. We have Hope Summers to be able to help us ramp into either skipping on 5 into Infinite She-Hulk. We have the War Machine to also enable our Infinite line. If we get it down, then the Sunspot can be great if we are going with the skip line. Ooh, it looks like I still have the timer on for Raid. Let me turn that one off. The sponsorship's still active, but it's not one that this stream is sponsored by, and so I'm going to go ahead and turn it off. I'll keep the command, but the actual timer will go away. And then Rio, hello from Indonesia. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. And then Mr. said not waiting for the activate change for War Machine. I'm hoping they change him. I feel like they probably need to. Are you excited to have Hulkling become an 11 power Taskmaster? Absolutely, Butt Squad. So let's say that he does hit that. I mean, at least in this deck. In most decks, I think it's pretty bad. In this deck, we always have the chance to do Infinite into Hulkling. So we could have a second 20 power resource. But otherwise, I think it's a pretty bad change. And they mentioned something about future cards. Yeah, I did see that the they mentioned changing some of the cards preemptively, which always feels bad. You're changing pre-existing cards for future cards that are gonna, I guess, be broken instead of changing the cards that in their interactions that were broken. So it seems like they're pushing those new cards a little bit heavier. So it always feels kind of bad. And then Robin, you said, came from the War Machine video. Welcome in, Robin. Hopefully you're having a great one. So for the deck that we're running, we have the kind of early game, the old school kind of She-Hulk Infinite line. So we're looking to ramp into like Hope Summers, get 6 energy on 5, skip into playing both. If we have Sunspot down, perfect. We have the backup line of the Pixie to make one of our cards either She-Hulk, Emperor, or Infinite cheaper. And then we have the War Machine as another enabler for Infinite. So a lot of cool ways to make this work. And then Wang says, is Hulkling even that good? I enjoy Hulkling quite a bit. The general consensus is most people don't like Hulkling. From what I've gathered, I got roasted a lot for saying that I enjoyed Hulkling on release. Watching here on Twitch instead of YouTube, I appreciate it, Mr. Mist. I definitely keep up with the chat here better. But we are going to run a quick set of ads so that it doesn't start in the middle of gameplay, and then we'll jump over. He said, I mean, it was clearly about Human Torch shenanigans with all the move bounce cards. Yeah, the Beast and Taskmaster, I think, could get pretty interesting. No Mobius? No. So in this one, we're typically only dropping our bigger cards late game anyways. And so if we do Pixie, if we get a 6-cost Spider-Ham, it's not really worth running the Mobius slot. We already have a lot of competition for what we want to do on turn 3 in the Marvel Boy, Kyera, or Hope Summers. And so I haven't missed the Mobius in this build anyways. Good luck with the climb. Thank you so much, President. Is Hulkling all right here? I haven't, but I don't really want him, and I want to try playing him more. I actually really enjoyed him, but he's definitely one that can sometimes be almost unplayable. With Destroyer being changed, at least even with Destroyer, you can play him. With the Infinite line, we already have the enabler of War Machine, so that's really his 2 big negative hits is Destroyer and Infinite, and we have the means to play him either way. And so I enjoy him. It could just be coping. That's why I named the deck Coping. But I've had some really good success with the deck so far. I'm going to go ahead and switch the scenes back. We're going to launch in as the ads are finishing up for everybody. Then ARX Edits, you said, hey, what's up, TLSG? Did you catch the leaked preview of the activate mechanics? Yeah, I did see it. I did see those come down. Ooh, Aeon loses their Shuri. We lose our Pixie, which is unfortunate, but that's all right. Double Copium with War Machine and Hulkling. Yeah, we got we got a Cope and a Hope. We have the Hope Summers, which is our Hope, and then the War Machine Hulkling for the Cope line. But it's been doing really, really well for me. And so I've been enjoying it. Not a whole lot of like awful hits for the Hulkling line. Always annoyed me when I get 0-cost Taskmaster and negative and couldn't play it. Yeah, we get the nice Nimrod hit with the Spider-Ham. And then Foster, welcome in. He said, wow, 6'11", no stats. 6'11", I think in general is all right. We may, if they're running the like the Null version, Null Death, we might have a little bit of an issue finding our footing in the later game here. And then the Activate, yeah, I'm excited for the Activate mechanics. Hopefully it kind of reinvigorates some excitement into the game, because I know this season was pretty low hype. A lot of people, like each card release, I felt like there was some people that were negative about it. And then Mac, hello from Thailand. Hopefully you're having a great one, Mac. So we do have the Kyera. We could also go an Emperor Hulkling this turn. Kyera would bring She-Hulk down to 3. Not great. I think I'm going to go Hulkling into mid. Kate is my favorite card from the month. Kate is a very solid Season Pass card. Maddie said I love Hulkling too. I'm glad that there's somebody here that also enjoys it. I've enjoyed him quite a bit. Sometimes he's gonna be a bad flip, but the like negative hits are usually fewer and further between. I'm not sure that we can beat the big power that they have over here. Even Kyera, Sunspot skip. This only goes to 13. $12 power here would probably be too much for us. We can do something like this, but I'm not sure that it wins. But we're going to give it a shot. Ooh, are they going Arnold Zola? Shooting for the 50-50? They hit it. Fortunately, they hit it. What a crazy last turn play. They win this one by 1 because Sunspot's going to absorb 1 here. Unfortunate. A lot closer than it probably should have been. They always hit it. They always hit it. That's all right. We were a lot closer in that one than we had any business being. I can't believe they didn't buff speed. See, that's the interesting thing with speed. I don't think he's bad. I just think we have a very overinflated like 3-cost stat line right now. With how many like solid 3-cost cards we have that he just can't keep up most of the time. And so I don't think he's bad. He's just not exciting. How's the deck perform? So I have a relatively low sample size, but so far, it's been good. He said now everyone is and their mother is playing Destroy. Yeah, I ran quite a bit of Destroy yesterday, and I didn't find that I enjoyed it all that much. Mr. Miss said speed is better than Hulkling. There, I said it. I think speed, a 3.8 is a huge stat line. We just have so many solid stat lines right now that it's hard to keep up, but I don't think you're that wrong. Captain TDM, did you try the new Atuma? I did. I tried the new Atuma, but it didn't feel like I was doing anything super crazy outside of like the means of what a normal Destroy deck could go. Okay, we get an interesting Arnim Zola on the Hulkling, which could be kind of interesting. We can go Hope Summers. It gets pulled over into Asteroid M. We could go Kyera. We could also just skip and then throw the Emperor Hulkling. Is Hulkling worth buying? Bounce back. I'd be inclined to say probably not. Most people don't really seem to enjoy it. I enjoy Hulkling. I think there's only 2 like truly bad hits that Hulkling can get because Agatha is not in the pool of his potential pools. I guess maybe 3 now with Taskmaster. But otherwise, I think it's a great performer, and most people would tend to not agree though. So speed is a ton of work to get you a 3.9. But now 3. Yeah, I haven't seen it full Taskmaster, but I assume that Taskmaster should be in the mix. So they still have the Jeff that they can move. We could skip here with our 6 energy, go She-Hulk Infinite next turn. We could also go Kyera, so we have a guarantee hit into Danger Room. I think we go ahead and full skip here. The speed hate is crazy talk. He's just not super exciting. I think he's overall, he's okay. Go. He said 6'11 met ability most of the time. Yeah, but it's those some games where you can get like the 4 and 8 cube because they can't play around an 11 power leader. Like it's so much more difficult to play around that than something else. 20 power Infinite. Got the She-Hulk. We could also guarantee that She-Hulk lands in the right lane with the She-Hulk Emperor Hulkling line.
Hello.
They have already moved their Jeff. They moved it into mid to get the extra +2. I think I'm just gonna double up in mid and we'll hope for the best.
Hello.
He's boring but good. Yeah, I agree. I think he's definitely a decent one. So the Ultron comes down. Not gonna be enough in the left. Not gonna be enough in mid. We'll take the 2 cubes. against the lead economist. Feels like Lady Deathstrike is better play than Atuma. Yep, I agree. Because I experimented a lot with like Nimrod, Atuma, Destroyer, and most of the time it ended up feeling like Lady Deathstrike would be better. I think Atuma is cool now. I think somebody will find a way to make it proc. It just felt either too linear or too telegraphed or too clunky in more games than not. I think he's okay. It's just, it doesn't do anything big outside of what Destroy could already have done. Why didn't they just delete Taskmaster 6-0? There's still some big ways to play him, especially in negative. He's perfectly fine in negative. And then you could use him as a big follow-up play. So like Hope Summers ramp into an early Blob or an early Red Hulk, and then you have the Taskmaster to copy it. It's just a little bit clunkier at that point. They should commit and make Atuma 3-8 or something. 3-8 would be awesome. And then Jeff Nero Hardy, thank you so much for the resub with your Prime sub. Hopefully you, I'm glad that you're here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. And so the Aeon, you said I thought it was cooked. It was so close. It was that 50-50. Had you not been able to hit it, I think you were cooked. But a very good game regardless. Atuma just feels like Shuri number 2 for the Nimrod Venom. Yeah. Yep, it does. And so it's still very much the same kind of deck. It just serves a different role now. So we have the Marvel Boy. Let's go ahead and play, I guess, Kyera. We have the cheap Hope Summers that we can throw next turn. Killing the Ravonna Sage Taskmaster line when you don't draw the negative. Yeah, yep. Definitely feels kind of bad. Sasquatch is not an awful one for us. We can get it down to, I guess, 3. Go Hope Summers, Marvel Boy. Then we'll see. Their Meek gets pretty big with the discards allowing him to move over into Kunlun. Side note, has Conquest matchmaking been bad for anyone? I haven't tried much Conquest, Drew. I probably need to. We can go Emperor Hulkling and hope that we don't draw Infinite. We can also go War Machine. This comes down to 4. I guess this goes down to 4 as well. But just in case we draw into Infinite, Infinite would be a 1 cost. So Morbius, Collector, both coming down into Kunlun. They haven't discarded anything great, though. Oh, well, that's not what you want to see. Bluesman, you're not doing any bounties this week? I'll get my 4,000 at least. I've been under the weather, and so I've been working on trying to start feeling better. I've felt like really, really awful the last couple of days. Snap. I probably could have snapped and bluffed it. The Hefty Messiah. Hi, TLSG in chat. Hope y'all are having a good one. I am the Hefty Messiah. Hopefully you are as well. And then the Aeon. Thank you so much. That's so... the positivity of our little community continues to just overwhelm me with how nice everyone is. All right, so last game, the Pixie kind of hurt us a little bit. This time, it's gonna do us wonders. We do have Nor Dimension, so we can always lean a little bit into that later on. Hulkling Copium. Good thing they nerfed that card. I mean, I haven't seen it hit Taskmaster yet. Pixie Trolling Time? Yeah. I guess it could swap all of these for 6 cost cards, right? They get a copy of either our Hope or Marvel Boy. We get a copy of their pigged out Red Hulk. Hulkling being Doctor Doom is fantastic for us. We don't want to play too much into the Nor Dimension. Let's go ahead and snap into it. I think we have a decent enough line.
Victory.
I'll take the win, but Davut, you said hi TLSG. Hope you're feeling better. Why do you think they nerfed Taskmaster? I think with some of the move shenanigans that we have coming on, or like Madam Web, all kinds of that with like maybe Beast into like the Taskmaster, I think made it a little bit maybe too consistent, but I don't know. It feels weird him being a 6 cost for sure. Said you reap what you sow. I do believe that we have probably the best community in Marvel Snap, and I love being able to create content for you guys. You said stupid question. Hulkling is Doom. Do you still get 5 power bots or 11? They're 5. So they're still 5 power bots because it doesn't copy. It's not copies of him. It's the Doom bots. Similar to like if you play Doom into like a location that ramps it up for higher power, they're still only the 5. Oh, you said first game post over the air, Hulkling hit Taskmaster. Oof, I haven't had that happen yet. That is unfortunate, my friend. The most wholesome community. I think we do. I think we have probably the best Marvel Snap community that I could ever ask for. I took a unscheduled, unprompted, like 4-month hiatus, and you guys were still here when I came back. And then Brandizzle. Hopefully you're having a great Friday. So we do get Marvel Boy. We have Hope Summers, so we could always Hope Summers into War Machine, but I'd rather get the Marvel Boy down to start enabling there. Snap fans are nothing if not loyal. I would tend to agree. And then Leo can't watch, just stop dropping by to say hi. I appreciate you popping in, even if to just say hi. Hopefully your week has been going well. So Hulkling, Dr. Doom again. Interesting. So seeing that they have the Destroy deck, I'm going to go ahead and play out our Kyera. With all of the Destroy shenanigans, maybe this isn't the perfect time, because Destroy can definitely hit higher high rolls than what we can, if everything lines up perfectly. Beautiful dodge. And so they're not going to destroy our Blood of 1 cost cards, I'm afraid. Just their 1 Deadpool. So we have the War Machine if we think we're going to be able to go the Infinite line. We could also just She-Hulk it out. Maybe She-Hulk mid, She-Hulk right. I think She-Hulk right. They've only destroyed 2 cards, right? Most of ours are protected. I think we're okay staying here. What are your predictions and thoughts on the upcoming pack system? I haven't seen a whole lot about the... I guess it's a double 12 power Deadpool. And then Venom does come in. So it's a 24, a 12. Oof. That does get pretty scary pretty fast. And Knoll gets pretty large as well. (24 and 12, 36 power. I don't think we can keep up with how quickly their Forge was able to elevate. Yeah, and they have the 12. So if they stack here, it becomes 36. We can't beat the 36. If they don't, then we lose here, maybe even here. So Death was the pig. We hit Death with our Spider-Ham, so they don't have Death. But either way, I think it's a bit too much. And so I haven't seen a whole lot about the pack system. I know that it's a possible thing coming up. What I hope is that they're starting to look at getting people back into the game. So with their last couple of events that we've seen, it's been very largely based on like increasing playtime and increasing player playtime. So a Deadpool Diner, the alliances, the leagues, all of those are, I assume, aimed at increasing the KPI for player playtime. I would hope that some kind of pack system, they have some kind of like gate where you get rewarded for playing more. Maybe they can add a few more like free things into the game to reward the players that are playing extensive amounts of time. That's maybe some extra copium. We're doing some copium on the deck. We might as well copium that they're going to change some kind of good acquisition system as well. But I honestly have no idea. We haven't seen very much other than like the little bit that was data mined. So we'll see. You think it'll be a good way to get cards that are more unique and fun without blowing all your in-game credits? I hope so. Hopefully. And then Roram, welcome in. Hopefully you had a fantastic stream. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, you guys. Hopefully your stream was good. And then AJ, you said, "Hey, bro, I came straight from the YouTube video. Hope you're having a good day." I am. I am having a good day so far. We are living life on the copium with our Infinite War Machine, Emperor Hulkling, which does have the Taskmaster, unfortunately. But we're living well. He said I had lots of fun. We were playing a green Magic the Gathering style Stompy deck. It was a ton of fun. Nice. I have noticed that you always have very unique builds, and so it's always something different every time. And so I'm glad to hear that it was something that did well, or that at least that you enjoyed. I'm in for some copium. Absolutely. We are all here for the copium. So without a way to ramp into extra energy, I think we're probably going to have to... do something like Kyera. Maybe we go... Not sure what we can go next turn. The double Cassandra is good for him. Then we do get Hope Summers. So we could Hope Summers into Squirrel Girl. Skip on turn number 5. Just play out the Infinite naturally. Play out the She-Hulk naturally. So it's at least 30 power. They could rip the location away. There's a lot of things that could derail us from being able to win off of that line. But I think we're at least in for a snap on it. I'll post a list in your Discord. Perfect, Worm. I'll check it out a little bit later. So we're gonna go ahead and skip here. Although an earlier double Marvel Boy would have been fantastic. Can I play the deck without Hope? Without Hope, so Hope is one of the... There's a lot of the redundancy pieces in this one. Hope is one of the ways to... Oh, unfortunate.
Hello!
Double Sandman. I don't think we can sneak an Infinite to win any of the locations, unfortunately. We'll give them the 2 and we'll retreat out. But I think people who are very mad about the Taskmaster change just need to start playing Magic more. I think Taskmaster is still playable. There are some games where extending the game doesn't really help you as much. And so, I don't know. Outside of like a really big combo deck, I typically don't like to play Magic unless it just really solidifies my line. Because sometimes the opponent will have... They're going to have more time to draw exactly what they need. And so I think it's playable. What? He said Taskmaster is dead. What 6 cost do you drop to have him instead? Wait, in what build, Hydra? I think Taskmaster, especially in negative, he's still very much playable. In a few other builds, he gets very clunky. You have to rely on extra energy with like Hope Summers or some kind of ramp component. So we did copy Red Hulk with the Hulkling. We get a good flip this time. We pulled Eliath from the hub, which is also a good one. So without Storm or Professor X, how do you plan on giving the spotlight to Rhodey? Taskmaster. Taskmaster's the biggest... Not Taskmaster, my goodness. Infinite. Infinite is the biggest reason for War Machine. Outside of that, it's hoping for locational variants that can kind of swing it in our favor. So the Hope Summers line, they automatically, I guess they probably have Killmonger. All of these destroy decks are rough. It might be a situation where we're seeing so much destroy, we need to play something that heavily counters it. I didn't realize how much destroy was being played, I guess, until we launched into today. So we do have the Infinite. We can play that on 6. Or on 5. Excuse me. We can play it on 5. Into like an Alioth line, which I think is at least decent. Destroy always comes back on over there. And I think the biggest reason that it came back this time was the Atuma change, the Destroyer change. Just Sunspot mid. We could have done Sunspot mid to enable the last turn, but I definitely wanted to have the ability to do an Alioth. Destroy is the most playable deck in Snap. Yeah. Yep, I agree. It's pretty consistent. It's decently strong. But it always kind of slingshots back. I haven't seen as much of it as we are seeing today in a very long time, though. Is it ongoing with Armor and Cosmo and Shadow King? Yeah, anything with like an Armor line, with a Cosmo line, or even Shadow King can be really detrimental. They do get a copy of their death.
Hello! Can you understand me?
What a game!
Deadpool gets destroyed in mid. Their death is still... They can do death plus Deadpool, but I think that's going to be it. I know our Hulkling is 14, but I think we go Alioth instead, just in case they can fit in like Venom and somehow top our 20. Is Venom left? I think so. Left is getting shonged out of nowhere. That's why we have the Alioth line. And the Hefty Messiah. I'm going to have to bounce to save my phone battery. Thank you for being here for a little bit, Hefty Messiah. Hopefully we catch you again sometime soon.
Victory.
Do you remember our last game last night where I Killmongered my own giant Deadpool? Yes. Yes, Knight. I saw that, and I think I ended after that game because there was no way we were going to go up from there. Said seen posts predicting Atuma nerf because of how well statted he is for his ability. I think he's decently well statted for his ability, but it's still a little bit clunky in some situations. Like, you can't really use him in a good value build because it's gonna negatively hurt your cards, and in Destroy sometimes that 4-cost range is a little bit too much, like to really enable a whole lot. Said at worst he's getting a power nerf. Yeah. So US Agent, anything big that we throw here gets kind of tricky. Let's go Spider Ham, see what we can hit of theirs. And then Mark says, greetings all. TLSG, what's your opinion of Silver Sable? Silver Sable feels incredibly, it feels like an incredibly interesting card. I think only time will tell, but I think it's going to be a pretty good one. They nerf Taskmaster. If they can nerf Taskmaster, Atuma can get canned too. That's very true. Taskmaster has been 5-0 for as long as I can remember. So the Sage came down on their end. We do have Pixie Sunspot. Or just the War Machine. I think we go Pixie Sunspot. They're going to get their free raft resource. We want to keep everything pretty low over here so it's not afflicted by US Agent. Their Titania is what we hit with our Shadow King. Then Brown, hope all is well. Hope everything is incredibly well. It's been a busy work week, but otherwise things have been going really well for us. Hopefully for you as well. And I'm sure you've answered this already, but what's your SparkNotes opinion on the last patch? Interesting. Very interesting. I think it's cool that they're looking to do some enabling with Atuma and Destroyer, but I think it'll still take some time to figure out where they should fall. So they didn't play over here last turn. We can go She-Hulk, get the free raft resource. Depending on what we play, that's going to make our Hulkling go down to 4 cost. I guess She-Hulk gets afflicted by U.S. Agent, yeah?
We are the future.
Ooh, so we need 8 that we're not ever going to be able to pull. We could go Emperor Hulkling Orca. Doesn't feel awful, depending on what raft resource they got and where they stack it. But I assume they stack all into 1 since they have the left. We should probably retreat. Since they haven't snapped, I'm going to go ahead and roll the dice, though. But it does feel like the game punishes excellent deck building skills. Sometimes, yeah. Like you find something that really makes it pop, and then it goes away. Whoa, we are able to hold it down. I'm guessing they got like a Giganto or something from here. Because they only played, or maybe, no, that's their Mockingbird. Mockingbird and Speed will take it. My goodness. It does look like it's time for a quick set of ads. We're going to run to the ad break, and then we will be right back, you guys. They could have gotten, I guess, maybe Arnold Zola as well. I don't know, Drew. Yeah, the Orca carry was real. We'll be right back, you guys. Destroyer, yeah, they could have gotten Destroyer. Maybe I guess no, not Taskmaster, because they could have played the Taskmaster. And then Tanis, she said, just finish your video. Love the idea of the deck. It's a very interesting one. Like I'm enjoying it just because of how unique it is. And I enjoy Hulkling quite a bit. Is it going to brew my own little spider deck for the new cards? Yes. The new cards coming up next season and the season after that are crazy. I'm excited to be able to pull into them. All right, so we have Sharp Zack coming up next. Go ahead and start with Squirrel Girl. We do get Pixie, so we could potentially get a cheap Infinite, which is always... It's always not a bad thing. We also get Marvel Boy. I'm going to go ahead and snap into this because I think we have an incredible hand. We won't get to see it play out, though. So it was going to be something like Pixie, Marvel Boy, maybe Hulkling. Depends on what we drew, but we had a good ramp into a late game potential. Boyd, you said, morning, sir. Please save us from this nerf apocalypse. The nerfs that came in yesterday were crazy. I see a lot of people upset by Copycat. I don't mind Copycat too much. I think it probably makes more sense not to actually steal the effect. The Taskmaster, I don't know. I haven't even tried playing with it. Outside of negative, I feel like Taskmaster becomes very clunky. And then Beast, yeah, Beast going from 2 cost to 3, I think hurts a little bit, especially since we have one. Especially since we have a card at 2 cost that's gonna do what Beast did before. It feels like they're pushing kind of him out of the way to make room for the new fancy Series 5, which is unfortunate. But at 3/5, I think he's still definitely playable. You get a decent stat line for the body and for the ability. And so I think he's definitely playable. It's just kind of unfortunate that it takes away that 2 cost slot that we've had for so long. And then Bud Monkey, thank you so much for the Prime resub for the 3rd month. I appreciate you being here. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Said I finally found a deck with Taskmaster without Sauron or negative that was working. JF, did that end up ruining it? I don't even know what Hulkling copied, but I know that he is gone. I know that their Arnim Zola is gone as well, so they're probably running a Destroy deck. Madi said, am I the only one seeing a lot of destroy decks? No. They're not that good, but for some reason it got popular. So with the changes yesterday, it kind of sparked a surge of destroy. So like an Atuma, a destroyer. Oh, it was Red Hulk? Oh, that's unfortunate. We lost the Emperor Hulkling surplus, but... All right, they lose their Atuma. We lose our War Machine. Unfortunate. We do get... Kyera. If somehow we can maintain the lead in Castle Blackstone, which I think I doubt, then we could play both on turn 6. Go Kyera to make sure we're protected from the Killmonger. We have Hope Summers, but we're going to need to skip next turn. Unless we get War Machine. Let's go with this, and then it may just be a like finisher of the Infinite on the last turn. Both the Tuma coming in Destroy and being easier. Yeah, I think a lot of people are wanting to experiment with the new Atuma. And Destroyer is definitely easier to play as well now. Problem is, I don't think we win in the other lanes if we skip into just the Infinite. We could hope with the She-Hulk. I don't think that's a good line, though. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we lost War Machine earlier. And then Twin in Tennessee. Thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. That launches us into a hype train. So I appreciate you being here. Hopefully you're having a great week so far. Good time to play Spectrum, probably. Yeah, I agree. You think Ebony Maw instead of Ham? So I've always felt like the Ebony Maw ends up being a little bit more clunky than what it should be. Because if you don't draw War Machine, then you end up really kind of hurting yourself in the long run. And so I think it'd probably be okay. Ooh, we do get the Infinite She-Hulk value. Surprisingly. So this would end up being just over here. But if they destroyed anything, if they did Arnhem Zola, I'm thinking they might be going with like a null line. I don't think they play anything else into Weapon X. I'm going to gamble on this line. Oh, no, they do. What?
Hello.
They played just enough. Oh, my goodness. Action, you said, what's up, TLSG in chat? Hope everyone had a great week. I hope you did as well. My week was good, but very, very busy, which is why I didn't have any streams before now. Can you rescue the Phoenix Force? I love a Phoenix Force Human Torch combo, but can't figure out a working deck. Oh yeah, their Zola was discarded, Andrew. Phoenix Force, I think, is in a pretty decent spot right now. There's a handful that work. For me, I've just never really enjoyed Phoenix Force all that much. Like I think it's a very solid deck, but I get bored of it after like a handful of games before I give it a true chance to really shine. And I think there's typically one flex piece. Well, maybe Phoenix Force isn't shining right now. So with all of the other destroy stuff, I think Phoenix Force might have to rest for a bit. So the biggest benefit of Phoenix Force is that you're spreading power across the board. But if every deck that you're facing is running Null and Death, then it's much less effective. And so I think outside of all of the destroy stuff that we have going on, I think something like this ends up being like a pretty standard Phoenix Force. The Iron Lad typically tends to be that like flex piece that you can switch for really anything else. But I would say that this is pretty core for what I see for most Phoenix Force builds right now. JF, you said I was in a meme on our Marvel Snap memes. Oh no. Good or bad? Hopefully not bad. Where was it? Where was it at? Was it recently? That was good. Do you think Hulkling will eventually get a buff? He seems honestly, Twin. I've been enjoying him. He has like 2 awful hits. Otherwise, he doesn't feel terrible. Wait, are you talking about the creators after a year of snapping? Seven days ago, I posted a link. Oh, no, you can. And then Cal Rosie, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. All right, I'll pull it up. It's been a crazy year. It sure has. All right, I'm gonna pull it up here. I think this gets way too large. No, that's actually fine. All right, so creators after a year of snapping, we have Alex, we have Cozy, which honestly looks almost exactly the same. Pretty, like different, pretty big difference for Alex. Pretty big difference for me. Regis looks like he's shining, and then Drew Barry with the ghosting. But it has been quite the year for sure. And then we have can't watch TLSG because he talks without an end. You may not be wrong, my friend. May not be wrong. And then Agent Smith, welcome back, TLSG. Hope all is well. All is incredibly well. We are running a little bit of a cope deck, but I'm enjoying it, at least for now. We may pivot here in a little while, but as far as the week goes, we're having a good week. Hopefully you are as well. And thank you for being yourself. Double audio. Wait, is there double audio? Are you on Hydra? Are you on both the YouTube side and the Twitch side? When Hulkling hits Hulkling? So that was confirmed to be a bug. Are those displays behind you? They are. I actually have 6. I'm going to be moving into like an actual room. Right now I'm in the living room. But I'm going to be moving into an actual room soon for my streams. But I have 6 of them that I'm going to hang up. I had a sponsorship with them recently, and so they sent me a few to hang up. And so the ones that are up there right now, one is the Lich King, and the other is Sylvanas, both from World of Warcraft. I have one from Hearthstone, one from Baldur's Gate, one from Overwatch, just a few of the games that I've played throughout the years. Said my favorite Hulkling hit is definitely Taskmaster now. If you don't have a deck that enables it, that's a bad one. Otherwise, like in this one, we might be able to copy an Infinon, so it's not always the worst. That for some reason my Twitch chat is just cutting off the right of the screen no matter what. I'm on mobile. Ooh, I don't know. I'm not familiar, not incredibly familiar with the mobile anymore. And then Edit, she said, it's been a blast. Hope the rest of the stream goes well. I'll catch you in the next one. Thank you so much, Edits. Hopefully you have a great rest of your day. So we could go Doc Ock. We can go Doc Ock mid. We did get the Pixie, so it's kind of random what card is going to get hit. I think we just go Doc Ock mid. The reason I thought it'd be funny over here is because we're going to pull 4 of their cards from their hand. But that would also lock us into what power we have over there. Doc to the right. Do we do it for the fun line? All right. Can we see the deck tracker? Oh, my bad. Wait, no way. So they're gonna be sorely sorely sad. They're gonna pull into our She-Hulk and our Infinite line. Oh no, or not the Infinite. We're gonna pull into the pig. Goodness. Oh no. We have the lead by 1 over there. Unless they have a way to buff that one up. Marvel Boy doesn't help us any, but he is free with Utopia. Let's go ahead and play Marvel Boy here. We can skip next turn. Let Sunspot absorb all of it. And then Angel, you said, hey, your lost mod found its way back. Sometimes you just have to trust. You have to let them go out into the world and then come back on their own time. Welcome back, Angel. Thank you for subscribing for 6 months at Tier 1. This is your 3rd month. I appreciate you being here. Hopefully you're having a great week so far. And then the hood comes into play. Not a big turn 4 for him. So Sunspot's going to get really, really big for us. Let's go ahead and skip here to enable the Infinite next turn. And then we'll just absorb with the extra Sunspot in it. So Viper comes in, sends the hood our way. Right now they're winning mid, but that's going to be about it. Our Marvel Boy helps out the hood a decent amount. Let's go Infinite mid, and then we'll call it a day. Something like a Shadow King could offset us in the left, but I don't think they're going to be able to come back from it. Pass and win, GG's. Hydra King, absolutely. The Doc Ock in the right definitely backfired for him. Sometimes you just gotta drop your mod off in the middle of the desert. If they come back, it was meant to be. And so Angel definitely made their way back. He said I'm at work being good and making the best out of the self-employment. Found a free minute. I appreciate it, Angel. I don't fault you for spending some time making sure that your self-employment business is running as efficiently as you can. So we have the avatar from Cal Rosie. Let's go for Blue Marvel. Do you want the zombie or the regular one? And then Benevolent Banana. Thank you so much for resubbing for 3 months at Tier 1. That gets us that much closer to Partner Plus. I appreciate you. The normal one? All right, perfect. Then we'll pick a blue-based card back for the background. Kind of like this one. We're gonna go with the welcome home one. The beast change and the over there really hurt. I agree. It feels bad. He definitely still feels playable, but in general, yeah. It feels bad that he's going from the 2 to 3, especially since we have a card releasing in a couple of months that does something similar to what Beast does for that 2-cost slot. It feels like they just kind of subbed him or like moved him preemptively. And then Packers for life with the emote only chat. We're gonna launch into it for 2 minutes, you guys. We have the She-Hulk. So we could potentially get 2 She-Hulks and an Infinite down on the last turn. That'd be glorious. Kino with the snap? Absolutely. We'll snap into it. We have the Squirrel Girl coming in. Marvel Boy would be great. We do have Hope Summers, so we can always Hope Summers on 3, War Machine on 4, skip on 5, and hope that we find our other missing pieces. Let's go Spider-Ham. They do have Quicksilver. And then Neo, you said would Wiccan be good here? I think Wiccan is okay. We typically don't have a consistent enough like 2-drop, I think, to make it worth it. So we hit their Wiccan. Mindscape is the most unfortunate location I could imagine here. Otherwise, we were in the clear. We were free and in the clear. But instead we're in trouble. We could go Hope Summers. Copycat was Pixie. Interesting. So we do get the Infinite. We can go War Machine Infinite on our number 5. And then we give them some, I mean, this one's not bad. Their pig comes down, was the Wiccan. Ugh. Depending on what we get from them, we don't have any good draw outs besides She-Hulk. Not great. It's not great, Hydra King. I agree. Got the Infinite to the right. Gives us an extra energy. Play it into mid. They always have Jeff that they can move out of the right lane. So the Domino, the speed coming in with the quickness. They will give us 3 cards. They won't be able to keep up with us in mid with what we're giving them. We do get She-Hulk. Last turn they played 3, 4, 5. So they didn't get a discount on the Hulkling. So it's still going to be 6. And what else did we give them? We gave them Sunspot. We gave them Marvel Boy. If they move Jeff here or here, I guess here might be a problem. Otherwise, we may have a chance. Either with the She-Hulk right, brings us to 22, if they assume that they've won this one. Because they have the 11 power, so 11 plus the Jeff could do us in. We're gonna see. Wait, I think it's been the emote time, so we're gonna go ahead and end it. Oh no, they moved the Jeff and then played a card to the left. If they played the big Killmonger. Killmonger was not what I was expecting there. And then the Sunspot over to the right. We are able to hold down the 4. What could have been a beautiful She-Hulk, Emperor Hulkling, Infinite, final turn. Mindscape made it very clunky, but we'll take the 4 nonetheless. And then Calrosi and Angel, thank you for enabling it, but Calrosi with the emote-only chat saying no freedom. We'll take the 4 cubes, though. You're running Pixie, but no Mobius? Yeah, so we're running Pixie. With this deck, most of the time with a Mobius line, that's like your big turn 3 play. With this one, we'd much rather be wanting to do like Kyra, Marvel Boy, Hope Summers. Pixie is really only in here to enable like your big hitters for really cheap. And so most of the time, if you drop it, it's only going to be when you have those big ones left in hand. And so I didn't feel like we needed the Mobius, because if we draw a Spider-Ham and he's 6 cost, we're not going to play him for 1 anyways. And so it's usually not so much an issue that we want to give up our turn 3 play to be able to drop a Mobius. And then Nightshade said, yo, TLSG, how's it going? Did you try Lingo? And so I tried it a little bit. I want to try it a little bit more, but I did at least dabble in it a little bit. And then welcome back, Nightshade, by the way. With the hydrate reminder. We have Bling Bling the Bunny coming in next. We do get our Pixie. We have the Sunspot line. We have the She-Hulk line. Both are going to be fantastic. We have Hope Summers to use on 3, which could enable a skip into She-Hulk Infinite if that's what it comes to. And Hell's Kitchen allows us to draw Nebula here. Then we also draw the Infinite. So I'm not a fan of going Pixie here. I guess it's not terrible. We're going to go ahead and go Pixie. We might get a really lucky flip with Emperor Hulkling, get a really cheap one. Same thing with War Machine. There's not much downside for those. The White Widow comes in. We do have Nebula. If we want to throw it into a lane so that it can scale as well. All right, let's go Hope Summers. We could always go Kyra on 4 into a turn 5 skip. That way we can do the She-Hulk Infinite last turn. And then it looks like you guys are free from the emote-only chat. And then Nimbus, good day to you as well. Hopefully you're having a great one. And then Andrew, oh wait, that was a while ago on the YouTube side. My bad, I thought you said something new. You said, would Ebony Maw work in this deck? It could. I've always felt like the Ebony Maw with War Machine was just a little bit too greedy almost. And then the posture check from Nightshade, absolutely. I appreciate it. I always end up sitting like a goblin. And so a lot of times I feel like it puts you very much into, I have to get War Machine to be able to win. The idea with this one is that War Machine helps you enable like that big infinite, but otherwise, if you don't draw, it's not the end of the game. Marvel Boy replacement. Marvel Boy really helps enable your Squirrel Girl. And so without Marvel Boy, I would probably drop Squirrel Girl and look for some good, like some other either 2 or 3 cost value cards. And then Tofu said, nice YouTube timing. I'm so glad that it worked for you. We do get the 1 cost War Machine. And so we can always War Machine. That brings She-Hulk down to 1. We have 7 energy. So we can do the She-Hulk plus Infinite. And we get the 7 power body here. Unless, of course, they have Sandman, then we might be in trouble. Have the devs fix the Hulkling copying Hulkling? I haven't seen it. I don't know that it's fully fixed, but I haven't seen it.
Are ye worthy?
Wait. So our Hulkling must have been, yeah, our Hulkling was Odin. Sandman doesn't beat War Machine? That's true. Very true. And so our Hulkling at the bottom was Odin, which re-triggered their Hawkeye, or Kate Bishop. So this one scales up by 6, which is pretty scary. We could always go She-Hulk War Machine and just give up on the left. Which I think is what we're going to do. Since you're over the air, you should not be able to hit Hulkling, Agatha, and Thanos. Yeah, but we do, unfortunately, have Taskmaster we can hit now. So the Mysterio comes in. Even if it's 4 in mid, that's fine. We still win mid. Hydra Bob coming into play. The Cole Obsidian is big. Grapple, and then Pim Arrow is enough to do it by 1. Oh my goodness, so incredibly close. Had we flipped the Infinite over to the left instead, it looks like we would have been able to hold down the win. Did not anticipate so much burst from them in the right, but we had a line to win there. We had the Infinite over here to be able to bring it in. You said, have you picked up Speed? Yeah, I have Speed. What's your opinion on him, and what are your plans for next season? So I typically, since I create content on him, I typically will pick up every card, but next season looks very stacked compared to what we had this season. And so I'm excited to see some of the cards and what we're able to brew with them. But I think Speed in general he's a good value. The only thing is he's not like super flashy or exciting. And so he kind of gets overshadowed in our current meta state. I may be bad at math, but how does She-Hulk get to 1 cost after you play War Machine? So I played War Machine. We had dropped Pixie, and so War Machine was 1, and so She-Hulk got reduced by 5. What's your opinion on Hulkling, by the way? I love the character from the comics. I enjoy it, Angel. I got absolutely roasted when I posted a video, like actually enjoying the card. But I do enjoy it. Got it. Pixie is key. For that play, yeah, Pixie was key on that one. But I think Speed is, in general, a decent card. I think he's really good value. I think he gets overshone or gets outshined in the meta that we're currently in. What will you climb with next season? To start the season, probably a Spider Symbiote build. Did you recently pick up War Machine? I did, Doctor. I recently was able to pull him. So probably whatever card releases on day 1 of the season. What card is trash to you? Uatu. Unfortunately, I want to like Uatu, but he just doesn't do it. We do get War Machine. We can always use that as an enabler for... actually, we can do Marvel Boy, skip into Infinite, which right now would still win us mid, plus the She-Hulk line, and we get Marvel Boy that'll help us scale here in each of the lanes. I think I like that more than the War Machine. How do you like him so far? One of my favorite slept-on cards. I feel like a lot of the way that I've seen him built is very, very greedy. And so very much into, like, needing to hit War Machine to win. I wanted to find a way to build him where you don't absolutely have to have War Machine to be able to potentially win it. So that's where we settled on this build. Oh no, the Sandman line.
Hello, hello.
I love greedy decks.
Escaped.
It can be, like, in the greedy decks, so I don't enjoy greedy decks that can't be consistent, I guess. And so if I'm waiting like 10 games to be able to be greedy 1, by then my confidence is usually shaken, and so then I don't enjoy it when I do get it. But it does look like it's time for a quick set of ads. I'm going to cancel out of this one. Just add Ultron instead of Hulkling. I mean, you can. Oh wait, we did have Ultron. You could have maybe won with your Hulkling. Yeah. I forgot that he was Hulkling. Or that he was Ultron. I probably should have. Looking back on it, we probably should have at least considered it. Unfortunately, I jumped the gun. I saw the Sandman and I just retreated out. But there may have been a line that we could have. More like Sadman. Sandman is one of those that is so restrictive. I'm so surprised that they brought him down by 1. But he continues to kind of be a problem as he like reappears from time to time. So I'm really surprised that he's survived so long in his current state. Because he definitely is a like feel bad, oppressive style card. And it feels like they're trying to kind of smooth the edges or the curves on those that feel truly bad to run against. All right, go ahead and jump over into another one. I was waiting a second for some of the ad to kind of run through a little bit. So I think you can put one other card in this deck, Shuri. Dropping She-Hulk and Infinite last turn when She-Hulk is Shuri doubled. I could see that one. I could see it being a pretty solid line for sure. It is surprising War Machine isn't a 5 cost with better stats. Yeah. If they bring... Oh, and they nerf the Beast, yeah. Yeah, knocked. They leave Sandman running rampant, and then they nerf the Beast. I could see War Machine having better stats or like premium 5 cost stats. Be able to drop it on that turn as like a direct counter to Sandman stuff. If we continue to see him run as rampantly as we are, we can go Spider-Ham Nebula. Is that a 5/9? Is that Jane Foster then? So Hell's Kitchen. That was Jane. Nice. War Machine should be 3/4. 3/4 would be crazy. I would take it though. Hammer Bros, yeah. How's this deck felt in the last hour? It's playable. I'm enjoying it, but let's see. Like, we're winning some games. It's just we're not blowing them out of the water. So right now I'm 62% win rate with it, but I did have it like a really explosive start. Wait, copy? Oh, you were saying copy. I thought somebody was saying Copycat was down. If War Machine is 3 cost, we could counter Sandman with Silver Surfer. We could. We very much could. So we could play Infinite this turn, but I'd rather just skip, let Sunspot absorb, and then we'll play both of these next turn. We always have to be named Mora. Interesting.
Hello, hello.
So an Odin, potentially, would bring this up to 28. This would beat it. This would beat mid. That's assuming that they go with the Odin line. They could have maybe the Mjolnir plus Odin. But I think this is the direction we go. That I've been running a Gwynpool deck and having a lot of fun and success with it. I think a Gwynpool, like a good value Gwynpool deck, is still in a pretty good spot right now. Like I think we're in the meta that we're in, I think, is a very interesting one. Just the Mjolnir to the left, we're fine.
Hello. So happy.
Or they Odin and hammer mid / right. Had they, no, even if they had used Mjolnir and then hit it with an Odin, it looks like we would have been fine. That only would have went up another 6. Take it. We'll take it where we can. And then JR, you said, good day, TLSG. You play the new Atuma ability. I did run it a decent amount yesterday. And like it's in some games it was really cool. Other ones, it felt like at 4 cost, he wasn't great. And so I think refining some of those decks could be the point that like breaks him open or brings him up. And then Asion, thank you so much for the resub for 3 months at tier 1. This is the 4th month that you've been subbed. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Hopefully you're having a great one. That I've been swayed and become a junk abuser since I pulled Cannonball yesterday. How's it going for you? I've seen just an ungodly amount of Destroy. And I feel like Clutter or Junk really struggles whenever Destroy is on a high. Okay, Taskmaster. Maybe we may be coping here. Maybe we're going to get War Machine. We can do Hope Summers into War Machine, into Infinite, into Emperor Hulkling. That's Taskmaster. You think 4 cost range is missing some love recently? Yeah. We're not going to be able to go with the Infinite line, fortunately. I do think the 4 cost slot it's probably in the worst state. So 3 cost I think is overinflated. I think it's too strong, honestly. The 5 is okay for the most part. You have like your decent stat line but strong ability cards. I would just retreat here if I were playing. We may end up, yeah. And then the 6 cost I think is there's a lot. So 4 cost I think is definitely in that like awkward middle ground. So the demon, the only reason that we're maybe staying in here is that they also lost a pretty big resource in their Annihilus. We can go Kyera, skip She-Hulk, Hulk Taskmaster. The original Zabu was crazy though. Said if it wouldn't be set but add, he would be so much better. Yeah, so if they changed him to like, I guess 6-0 would still be fine. It'd be like a Dracula effect. Otherwise, he does get pretty clunky pretty fast. So we can, so that we can reposition our cards a little bit better, we can skip here with the She-Hulk. We'll have it free plus the Emperor Hulkling next turn, so that we can see where they're fighting for. So the Cersei comes down. Nakia, not great. Dracula, a little bit scary. I'm going to try this. I don't know that it wins, but it's only for 1 extra cube. Our Emperor Hulkling will remain at 11 because the She-Hulk will be 11. OG Zabu ran the game. OG Zabu was a menace, for sure. Angel with the hydrate reminder. I appreciate you. That is a lot of cards. Copycat being Squirrel Girl, so it gives them a little bit extra reach in the left. Mysterio. I'm assuming real Mysterio is left. So 11. Copy the 11. Shadow King comes in. No, real Mysterio went to the right, so that was what they needed to be able to win. So they nerfed Hulkling with the Taskmaster change. I mean, a little bit. It's like a 1 out of 20 for you to pull into them. But there are, like, if your deck isn't built in a way that you have other big things, yeah, it can be a bit of a nerf. If you're running like a Wiccan into like several 6 costs, it might be fine, honestly. 1 out of 21, something like that, yeah. You said OG Zabu with Old Spidey and Absorbing Man. That and Moon Girl to make sure that they were just locked out of the entirety of the game was crazy. They made Hulkling better when he didn't copy himself, then made him worse than ever with Taskmaster. I mean, it's fine. We get the She-Hulk, which is beautiful. Hopefully we can get some enablers for it.
Snap.
He said my morph copied a Tastling. That is unfortunate, bot. Neb into Danger Room. You know, you're not wrong. I probably should have played it over there. We only have one She-Hulk now. So that's my first time seeing a Hulkling Taskmaster. It is an unfortunate thing for sure. Let's go Nebula Sunspot. Praying a drop of Hulkling, She-Hulk, and Infinite on the final turn. It keeps potentially coming up, but then something happens where we're not able to hit it. Otherwise, yeah, that would have been our ideal. Let's go with Kyera. We can now play a 6 cost into Danger Room, and it should be all right. Did I run my Wiccan deck with Red Hulk solely to distract people that I may have another 6 drop? You had the deck with negative and Taskmaster Sage. Do you still think that works with the Taskmaster change? I do. It's just a little bit. It's just a little bit less consistent when you don't hit the negative line. Otherwise, it still works just fine. Said I tried Hulkling in Galactus Ultron. Turns out 11 power Galactus is good. If you can hit, if you can hit the Galactus, the 11 power Galactus is very solid. We can go War Machine, but I think I'm just gonna skip and wait. Sometimes I need to drop stats. Sometimes text. Gotcha. We can still do the She-Hulk line. We can do War Machine now. But I'd almost rather do, like, Hope Summers She-Hulk. Or maybe it's just we wait. Nah, let's do this. We're going to play She-Hulk over to the left. It can't be destroyed because of our Kyera. Do you play any other games? Shooters, RPG? I've dabbled in just about every game I could imagine, call me. And so I've played League of Legends. I played Call of Duty for a while. I've played I played World of Warcraft, RuneScape for a very, very long time, and plenty of others. So they have the Snow Guard. They can turn off the Danger Room. So maybe they fight here and here. With 11 extra in this lane, that brings us to 19. With Dina scaling, I'm a little bit afraid of that lane, though. I've been enjoying Cult of the Lamb. Cult of the Lamb was really fun. You were a warlock. So in World of Warcraft, I mained a shaman healer for quite a while. Back before it was good, and then I think it was Mist of Pandaria when the shaman really kind of found its footing, and so I enjoyed Mist of Pandaria quite a bit. Speaking of 11 power Galactus, here we go. I did win a game today with that negative deck because of the copycat change. Yeah, yep. There's a couple of times, especially with like blink or rotation, stuff like that, where you can still sneak Shaman main in Hearthstone. In Hearthstone, I want to say in Hearthstone, I mainly played either Druid or Warrior, but I dabbled in just about everything. We can go Pixie into Castle Blackstone or into Muir Island. I think we go into the left. Bet you'll win right with Hulkling. Yeah, I think so. Because it looks like a Phoenix Force deck. I think when they resummon it, they probably resummon it here on 4. Ooh, wait. Ook, you may be right. Somehow I forgot about the Paladin superiority. Paladin was a strong one too. Or I guess had always been a strong one, whether it would be like a low thing, like a flood. I also played a little bit of Warlock for like the zoo stuff. Warlock for like, zoo. There was a time, I think early on in Hearthstone, where it was like you had a couple. I think it was Stone Giant or some. It was like a big late game, big burst of a. Maybe it was Handlock. I think that it may have been what it was called. Said who's running Move Destroy? I think this is probably Phoenix Force. Is what I would imagine it is. Infinite is not bad for us. If we can win this left lane, then we can. I guess it's just Emperor Hulkling over to the right, which would be our Galactus. So their Iron Lad hits a Prayer of a Nimrod. Oh no. We need to see a Blackmouth Wukong TLSG stream. It has been looking pretty interesting. So instead of anywhere else, we can just do Emperor Hulkling mid. The only slight issue becomes we can't play our Infinite following. I remember Jade Idol Supremacy. Oh man, that deck was infuriating when it was at its height. I did enjoy Priest for a little bit, but I think I gravitated a lot more towards like the Druid, Warrior for control, and then Paladin Warlock. I guess it's shifted a lot over the seasons. This isn't great, especially if they do Phoenix Force to revive this. But maybe we get lucky and they'd go like Venom or something to destroy the Iron Lad. Or just Infinite Ride into Soaking Energy. Yeah, I think there were several ways that we maybe look to do that one. They have the follow-up Nimrod, and so then it just comes down to if we can outpower them, which I'm not sure that we can, because it's just 10. This would be 4, I guess 11. This would be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's 1 extra, but it only brings us to 24. I guess a Phoenix Force on their end could potentially do it. Venom, maybe. Looks good. I don't know. I'm not sold on it. So the Venom does come down. So without the extra power from Weir Island, I'm thinking the She-Hulk may have been a better line. Okay, Aunt May's gives us the +3. Oh wait, we still win by 1, yeah? Oof. We'll take an ugly win.
Victory.
Gamble Snap? We're going with Gamble Snap. Are you still a believer in Hulkling? I'm debating him because it sounds like Secondary might buff him. I really enjoy Hulkling. Like, there's only been a handful of times where he's really felt like a big detriment. Aunt May's still gave you the dub. It sure did. Since we both had the Aunt May's bonus, it gave us the win. But I enjoy Hulkling a lot. I think it's just one of those that some games he's not going to be great, but when he is great, there's no way that the opponent can anticipate what your Hulkling could be or could have been. And on the YouTube side, Astrid, you said for the Horde. I did play on the Horde side in World of Warcraft. It was always Horde. I couldn't bring myself to build in on the Alliance side. At one point, I had every single class at max. So I had a max level character for everything, and that went into after Demon Hunter was released. So I put a lot of time into World of Warcraft. I enjoyed the leveling, I enjoyed like the grinding, the learning new skills, but I always what always ended up kind of throwing me off, or I lost that kind of drive or passion for it, was the like the end game. I didn't like grinding the same raids week over week. It ended up feeling dull pretty fast, especially for all of that progress to be trumped within like an hour when a new expansion comes out. And so they always lost me a few months into each expansion. Pixie would be good. Yeah, because we have a lot of 6 costs. Marvel Boy is also good at helping us scale here. So I'm torn between the two, honestly. 2-1 cost versus 3-6. Yeah, we'll go with that. For me, Hulkling is that plug and play 6 cost combined with a useful 6 drop. Yeah. Yeah, Angel, I agree. Destiny 2 has that problem. Yep. I enjoyed the early days of Destiny. I think even Destiny 2. But once I got to the max level, it just lost the draw. I just realized you don't play Mobius. Yeah, so in this deck, we typically want to do other things on 3. And a lot of times, like if we draw Spider-Ham late game, we're not wanting to drop it. If we're drawing Hope Summers last turn, probably not going to want to drop it. And so if we're going with the Pixie line, we'd much rather just use what we already have in hand, plus some like deep discounts on our 6 costs. And so I'd rather get a Marvel Boy, a Kyera, a Hope Summers down on 3 than Mobius most of the time. And then Snow, he said, hey man, here because of your video. Thanks for sharing. Thanks for being here, Snow. I'm glad that it worked. I'm glad that it brought you over. Hopefully you continue to enjoy the stream. You said Pixie without Mobius is a baller play. Sometimes you gotta go bold. We can go War Machine. And then we're really hoping for like 1 cost Infinite and a 1 cost She-Hulk, which would be free, or the Emperor Hulkling. That way Sunspot can scale a little bit further. Andrew, you said I flip-flop faction every expansion? That's not a bad way to go. I just couldn't get used to like the different cities and everything with the Alliance line. So what a beautiful free Infinite. My goodness. So Infinite Kyera left. We win here. This floats an extra 3. But with 20, we go up to 28. Maybe we go Hope Summers as well. We may not need the extra in mid. Said it's not the new Deadpool emote, the most infuriating. Oh, is not the new Deadpool emote the most infuriating thing ever? Is it? I don't know. I haven't seen it all that much, like to a infuriating degree.
Hello, can you understand me?
You said, why is Infinite free? Just coming back. Enchantress on the Kyera is a bold one. So Infinite was free. So Infinite was free. So War Machine hit Infinite and switched it with something like Spider-Ham. And then Titan still added the discount. So War Machine, no, not War Machine. Oh my goodness. Pixie. Pixie shuffles the base cost of all of your cards. So it made the Infinite in our deck from a 6 cost to a 1. And then Titan still reduced it by 1 extra. And so it brought it down to 0. The War Machine is when Sandman enjoyers. Yeah. I mean, when we didn't have War Machine in hand, I did get blocked by a couple of Sandman plays, but Said I lose more than you do, so I see it much more often. Gotcha. And I think it definitely depends on like your rank range, because I feel like there's a lot more toxicity in like the mid ranks rather than like the top like 500 or so. I feel like the further down you get, the more variance you have in like potential toxicity. How long do you stream usually? I usually stream for about 6 to 8 hours. Today's is going to be a little bit shorter, so I'm recovering from being sick, but I haven't been able to stream all week, and I've just been it's been eating away at me, and so I wanted to make sure I had at least one stream this week, and so it's probably going to be until about 5, so another like 3 hours or so is what I would imagine, like 3 hours and 3.5 hours. You said Pixie replacement, thinking Kate Bishop. Kate Bishop could be decent. I think any value to cost would be fine. Pixie's strength is that sometimes she makes those like crazy plays possible. So a lot of redundancy pieces in the way that we built this one. 2 Hulklings. I did say I was a Hulkling enjoyer. They said prove it. So Hope Summers, next turn we do something like Marvel Boy into skipping on 5 into dropping both on 6. And then the captain, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. He said, but a short stream is good for me, so I can moderate the Discord later. It is, I did see that you got moderator in the Marvel Snap Discord, which is awesome, Angel. Congratulations. And then 2 Bites, he said, back at it again. I am back at it again. I'm happy to be back. So we could go Sunspot and Marvel Boy, both into mid. Into skip in and flood on the last turn. We don't have Kyra, so we have to look out for things that get too large or go above that Shang-Chi range. We have to look out for Killmonger, but most of the time Arsham decks aren't going to be running those. I didn't watch the last few streams because Black Myth Wukong. I have seen some pretty impressive things about it. I want to pick it up, but I'm also something that I want to play a little bit more, actually, believe it or not. Coming from a background of enjoying both shooters and MOBAs, Deadlock, it feels really, or seems really interesting to me. I don't have a key, so I haven't been able to play it, but I'm seeing all this stuff on it, and it's one that I definitely want to check out and try out, because it has both of the draws from those big genres. So you have to have wave management and control for like kind of like a MOBA, and then you have your shooter stuff, which is great from the perspective of like Overwatch background, Call of Duty background, that sort of thing. And then Chase UNC, thank you so much for resubbing with your Prime sub for the 3rd month. He said, snap name change from TLSG to Hulkling Enjoyer. I may need to. I feel like I'm fighting demons over here with all of the hatred that Hulkling is getting. But I do enjoy him. So they took away their other Shadow King. They still have Shang-Chi, but everything else I think is fine. We have the big Infinite. I think we have the surprise She-Hulk. This one could be hit by a Shang-Chi. And if so, if they drop something else alongside it, we might be in trouble. Otherwise, I think we're all right. He said, but Reddit told me Emperor Hulkling is bad. I got so much backlash for saying that I enjoyed people. I had some people saying I shouldn't use my platform to clickbait people into spending limited resources and all kinds of stuff. What did Hulkling copy? Hulkling copied Mockingbird, which in this one we weren't able to make use of it, but in some builds it might be fine. But I truly do enjoy Hulkling. Like it's a card that I like to build around, and it doesn't. People really said that to you? Yes, Lemur. They did. They said they didn't feel like it was ethical that I was recommending such a bad card, and so I don't know how to win from there. Like I don't know how to please everybody. I typically don't go into a video saying you have to buy this card. It's so strong. I just showcase the games that I get to see, or like to show like if I'm enjoying the card. Like I wouldn't recommend anybody purchasing a card based off of like what a content creator says. I would rather watch what the card does in those games to see if it's really serving that value. I don't know, but yeah, it definitely got a lot of backlash for saying that I enjoyed Hulkling. It does look like it is time for a really quick set of ads, though. You said we can only assume which creator was probably sweating that kind of thing. I don't know. You said it's not ethical to enjoy a Hulkling. I guess not. They said because the keys are such a limited resource. Thinking of any changes in the deck so far? So far, I'm actually enjoying it quite a bit. You said, hey, TLSG, what deck do you recommend using to get past the 80s? Something that... It needs to be an archetype that you enjoy running. There's several that are strong. You have Destroy, which, if you're patient enough, can really pop off. It's just like a grind. I personally can play more games when I'm enjoying the archetype, so even if I'm getting a few lower cubes on those games, it makes it go by a little bit faster, or it feels like it goes by faster. Versus if I run like a Nimrod deck or like a Zoo deck, I get bored of those so fast that I end up only playing like 3 games and it takes a lot longer. And so it looks like it is time for a really quick ad break, and then we have an origin story when you guys come back. Don't go anywhere, you guys. Lemur, you said I'm sorry that people are that rude. It's all right. It's the internet. I get a lot lower amount of like rude people on like my videos. It's just sometimes it comes through. But no, there was a lot of people saying that the video was just for clickbait because everybody else said it was bad. So I must be taking an off stance on it. And then Angel, you said ad breaks. What are those? He said, do you have Steam friends that are playing Deadlock? People that have access can invite their Steam friends. Ooh. I didn't realize that. I need to check. I haven't seen anybody on my friends list, but I do know a couple of people that are playing. When's a Black Ops 6 beta stream? I don't think I could hang with the Black Ops boys anymore. My goodness. You should open cards because you enjoy them. I agree, Angel. But for this one, for 2 of the like worst performing cards in the game, we're 27 games in with a 66.7% win rate. So it is definitely it is holding its own for a copium deck, which I'm glad. I'm glad it's doing decently. You have me on Discord, by the way. I need those stats to prove some points in Snapcord. I'm not sure if I have you. I think I have you on Discord. And then Shindig, you said if you don't have anyone, I could send you an invite. Shindig, that would be beautiful. I've been itching to play Deadlock, but I just don't have anyone added that had access. He said Ebony Maw can fit on here too. So he could. I feel like a lot of times Ebony Maw is too all in on War Machine. So this deck, a lot of times, if we don't draw War Machine, we can still get the big play off. But I think Ebony Maw is definitely like the bigger, like greedier version. But I like the like a little bit lower ceiling, but more consistency. And then we have the Lord Machiavellian with the TLSG name origin. And so I grew up in a relatively small town. It was like a couple of thousand people. But me and a couple of the kids that I grew up with, we really enjoyed like gaming, which in that time wasn't as like big or acceptable. It was just something that we kind of did, and that's what we enjoyed. Back in the early days, before all of like the internet connectivity and things like that, we used to have to drive 30, 45 minutes to be able to reach anywhere that had any kind of organized gaming, so like esports wise. But in the earlier days, we didn't really have a specific game that we focused on. We just enjoyed playing all of them, and we liked to travel just to be around other people that enjoyed that same I guess hobby that we had. And so we would kind of travel to all of the different events that they had, whether it be like retro stuff, whether it was for like RPGs, whether it was shooters. We kind of went and dabbled in just about everything. And the thing was, we didn't ever win that many. We won a couple of times, but most of the time we just went because we enjoyed competing. And so when we were thinking of our name, we originally were the Sentinels of Gaming. We thought it was kind of fun. We liked X-Men growing up. And so we were the Sentinels of Gaming, so TSG. But we went to so many of these different events and drove to them that they started calling us the legendary Sentinel Gamers, because we kind of dabbled in just about everything. And we did decently well in everything, and we just had a true passion for it. And so whenever our group finally broke apart, I kept the acronym, and I used it on just about every game that I started from then on. So even like World of Warcraft, I think in League of Legends, I was also TLSG. And so I just kind of kept that acronym with me as like a reminder of that group of friends and how much fun we had. That was when there wasn't so much like negativity, because now that we have such immediate access to everything, things like the internet, or even liking War Machine or Hulkling, you get a lot of negative backlash. Back then, it was just you had a passion for it, like you enjoyed sharing that with other like-minded people. It was a very positive time, and so I kept the TLSG whenever we moved on. And then Drama, you said you want access to Deadlock. I can get my son to send you access. That'd be huge. Anyone that is offering to it, if you add me on Discord, as soon as the stream is over, I'll add you, and we'll be able to set up, because I think we have to add each other on Steam, if I'm not mistaken. And seeing Hydra King, War Machine is good. That might be a stretch. War Machine's not bad. He's definitely a usable card. What? Sentinel is the mascot card of the channel. Sentinel is now the mascot card. So Pixie will be hit or miss. Valentino said classic TLSG origin. Lord Machiavelli said, now which story of the many I've heard is true? Whichever one you feel is true in your heart. There's been many different stories. And if you don't know the true one, they're all just a little bit true, at least. Pixie, you said I had a similar list, but with Shuri Taskmaster until they killed Taskmaster. Yeah, the massacre of Taskmaster was unfortunate and unwarranted. So we have the War Machine that came in at 4 costs. It shuffled it, and it landed on itself, because War Machine is the only 4 cost. I didn't realize it could land on its own cost range. Interesting. So we have a Hyera plus Squirrel Girl. We can potentially skip next turn, or maybe it's just War Machine next turn. And then Dark Moo, thank you for the... I had to scroll up. Dark Moo, thank you for the resub with your Prime for the 2nd month. I appreciate you. Hopefully you are having a fantastic week so far. Said Pixie could land on itself. One of her worst interactions. That is unfortunate. The 6-cost Sunspot is also a bit unfortunate. And having restricted access in the right lane is very unfortunate too. I'm going to go ahead and skip here so that She-Hulk is free next turn. But it's not looking good. Returning for a small vacation last week. Nice. It's always both refreshing and kind of sad to return. Because you enjoy or get used to kind of that downtime. And then you jump back into the grind. But hopefully you enjoyed the small vacation that you had. Retreat, I guess? Yeah. Yeah, with the snap coming in, I think it's definitely a retreat. Sometimes I think Pixie does nothing. Sometimes. You hope for the cheapest Infinite or a cool Hulkling. Yeah. Yep. And sometimes Pixie is like, sometimes you could probably skip and not use the Pixie. But there's also sometimes where it ends up being like that one cost. And then Rayhan, you said, hi TLSG, nice to see another live stream. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. And then Christian, where's your Mobius? He is out of commission right now. He's dealing with another time variance that is more pressing than ours. In actuality, I don't feel like this deck truly needs Mobius. So if we drop Pixie, typically it means that we have a couple of our 6 costs still in our deck. And late game, if we draw Nebula, we're not going to use Nebula late game. We're not going to use Spider-Ham on turn 6. And so it doesn't usually hurt us as much to drop it later on or to not have Mobius. And I'd much more rather drop like a Kyra to protect our 1 and 6 cost cards, a Marvel Boy to scale them, or the Hope Summers to be able to ramp into additional energy. And so I originally had Mobius, but it felt like I always wanted to do something else. We take out their Pixie and their Wiccan. They take out our Kyra, which is perfectly fine. And then Boosty, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. Peter, you said aside from the Loki change, really was not thrilled with the direction of the last over the air. It didn't feel great. In all honesty, the over the air felt like they were doing a lot of preemptive changes to cards to make way for cards that are coming in the future, which definitely doesn't feel great. Okay. We get the Hulkling that ends up copying She-Hulk. We're probably... We can do War Machine. Well, maybe we shouldn't have. Maybe we should have held it and just soaked with Sunspot. That way we could have played the Hulkling out next turn, I guess. Well, we can hope for the best with the Infinite. Either way, we'll be able to have a Lady Deathstrike comes in absolutely dominant here.
We are the future.
Magneto, a little unfortunate, but we at least got Emperor Hulkling over there, right? I know that we took out their Wiccan, their Pixie. Feels so bad to pass up a 1-cost She-Hulk. But let's go Infinite mid, and then hope that they don't have Shang-Chi. We can also just Infinite to the right, I guess. Emperor Hulkling. Okay, well.
Hello, so happy.
Had we played into mid like I thought originally, we would have won off a point differential, I think. Because we would have won by 18, they won by 4. Unfortunate that I changed my mind. Worst over the air in recent memory. It definitely didn't feel great. Like I think the Atuma change is fun. It's interesting. I like the Destroyer change, but it doesn't change them enough that it like brings about different decks. It's just the same Destroy decks, just slightly modified. Yeah, he's definitely like an anti-clog, which I think we definitely needed with all of the low to the ground, like low ball clog stuff that we've had recently. I think we definitely needed a way to protect from like all of the clutter that comes our way. But I don't even really like the Loki change. Loki's still fine in Arisham. But I think the biggest piece was since he doesn't draw a card, it is a little bit better. Atuma plus Nimrod. I do like the Atuma plus Nimrod. But a lot of times when I did that line, it didn't feel like it was enough to win by itself. And so there were some kind of cool lines with like Atuma. Oh, that's a big Goliath. Whoops. Play Hulkling? We could have played the Hulkling, but I was wanting to set up the scaling of Marvel Boy, but that's out the window now. It's regulated him to Arisham now? Yeah. I think even outside of Arisham, or just really anywhere, without him drawing the extra card, he is significantly weaker, because you're going to have him a turn earlier, which a lot of times is kind of difficult to do. But you don't have that immediate draw. And so I think they did a decent job on his. Beast I'm a little bit sad about. I think I don't think he was the biggest enabler for it. And then the Taskmaster feels really, really unfortunate, really sad. That free 11 power for nothing was the move.
Animated frame.
Oh, just play the free 11 power. Yeah, it was the move. But I think over the course of the game, had Marvel Boy went out, it was going to be able to scale that extra 3 every turn. And so I think the Marvel Boy play was fine. It's just we can't anticipate the Goliath coming down in mid specifically. Preemptive nerfs are lame. Yeah, I agree. How's the deck going so far? The deck is going well. I'll grab the stats here in just a second. And then B4. Sorry, I saw your chat. I had to scroll up for it. You said, good idea to tease your stream in a YouTube video. I would have missed it. Thank you so much, B4. Before and after. So I a lot of times will tease the stream, but before I would do it at like the 2-minute mark, or right at the end of the like deck explanation. And so I figured I'd do it like right out of the gate. That way we could get as much draw from it as possible. And so it definitely helps. That was a tip that Hoagland gave me quite a while back, which was very, very, very helpful. So with Titan, we don't even need an enabler. We can just War Machine or skip 1/5 into doing both.
Oh, snap.
Go ahead and go Marvel Boy,
Victory.
scale our squirrels, and then we can go from there. But never mind. We have the retreat. And then Bilgin on the YouTube side. So the stats for the deck, let me refresh it. It was at 67. I think we've dropped just a touch, because I did lose a couple of games with it here recently. We're at 63% win rate with the deck over 31 games. So not bad, especially for like a War Machine deck that I think has overall stats of like 40% win rate. Not a bad line. Do you think Mobius would make the deck better? Not really. Because a lot of times with Pixie, if we drop it, we're dropping it. So like if we draw Sunspot on the last turn, we're probably not going to play him. Even if he's 1 cost. Nebula, Hyera, Hope Summers. In this game, since I do have 2 of my 6-cost cards in hand already, I'm actually just not going to go with the Pixie line. A lot of times I would much rather do almost most of our other 3-drops on turn 3 than Mobius. So I originally had Mobius, but a lot of times I felt like he just didn't do what I needed him to do. And so like I ended up not dropping him in most games in favor of like the Hope Summers to set up the extra scaling, or Marvel Boy to set up the like the power scaling, Hope Summers for the energy scaling. So since we don't have Hope Summers down already, we can't go War Machine into an early Infinite. Let's see what the copycat was. Copycat was Nebula, which is a little bit scary. Do War Machine Sunspot, but that's not great for us. You could also just do something like Sunspot. Let him absorb. She-Hulk would go down to 2 cost. You could do War Machine plus She-Hulk. I like the new Atuma. I think of the new Atuma is... Oh, are we getting cooked by an Agatha deck? We definitely are.
All systems go.
The new Atuma I think is really interesting. I didn't have a lot of traction with it. Like I didn't have incredible win rate, but it wasn't awful either. So I think it's definitely one that is, at the very least, playable. So 11 extra power brings us to 21. Can't do it. 22.
Escaped.
We'll give him the 1. We'll jump out and jump into a new one. Is it better to concentrate on 2 lanes with this deck? I think it depends on how your early hand develops. So if you're able to get the like explosive Infinite She-Hulk down on the last turn, a lot of times you can kind of surprise the opponent with how much range you have in multiple lanes. If it's one where you don't have a great developing hand, then sometimes maybe. And so I typically will spread my power across multiple lanes, even with this deck, because of how common Clutter is. And so even just like a White Widow, if you leave only 1 spot, could be really detrimental. But we do have the Infinite still in our deck. I kind of like the Pixie in this game since we don't have the Hope Summers. But I also like the Nebula into Marvel Boy to be able to get some scaling early. And Strange Hollow, you said, hey TLSG, how is the meta now that the Scourge of Taskmaster and Beast has been addressed? I mean, it's like an entirely new meta. You wouldn't believe it, Strange Hollow. It's craziness. We don't want to play in Murder World. We don't want to play in the Lechugia. I think we just throw like Marvel Boy here and call it good. I'm glad that they addressed the Taskmaster and Beast early before it really became super oppressive. That way things like Sandman... you said the developer update is out now? They released it today? Huge. Can we watch it after this game? Yeah, absolutely. I was getting tired of that Taskmaster meta. You and me both, Rainmaker. You and me both. So the Shanna comes down, brings them Howard the Duck, Squirrel Girl, so they are capped out in mid. Is nice for us. He's been too oppressive for far too long. You're not wrong. So just an Emperor Hulkling will be huge for us. This one becomes a skip into Hulkling, She-Hulk, something else. And then Zippy said the new season video just dropped. We'll check it out right after this. Then Tex, you said, I was actually bummed about the Taskmaster change. Yeah, I am too. I'm hiding my sorrow with a little bit of bad humor. But I enjoyed Taskmaster at 5 quite a bit. Like, it never felt like he was broken, because he can always be offset by Shadow King. But I'm curious what deck it was that they said broke him open. But on the plus side, the time-limited win with Hulkling in deck is active. Yeah, and so we'll be able to clear that one for sure. All right, so big blob in the right lane, but little do they know we have a Heimdall up our sleeve. So something like She-Hulk. Are we afraid of an Alioth? This would end up being 17. An Alioth here could ruin us. But an Alioth would only be 10, so it'd bring it to 13. So Emperor Hulkling would be fine. Push it over to the left. I think I'm going to err on the side of caution. Living Tribunal. Bringing mid up to 17. I didn't calculate for that, but Emperor Hulkling mid, we should be higher than 17. With the Marvel Boy scaling in the left, our Spider Ham goes over the 17 as well, so we are able to grab the 4 cubes just barely. The Living Tribunal almost cooked us, but instead the Heimdall saved the day. We'll take it. Isn't a 6-0 Taskmaster actually kind of cracked with Kyera? Not necessarily, because you drop it on that last turn. Shadow King can still set it to 0. Unexpected Heimdall. That's one of the things that I like about Hulkling the most, is that like randomness that he provides. Like it's so difficult to be able to gauge what the opponent is wanting to do or going to do. But let's load up. I'm gonna load up the video. All right. You'll have to let me know if it's too loud or too quiet. Drink before video. We have the 3 hydrates. Drink a lot of water before the video. All right. Let me turn off all of the other stuff on our screen. I guess we'll leave the chat. Mute the in-game music. Good call. I'm actually going to close out of it real fast. All right. Will he make it through without having? We'll find out soon.
Every night, the city calls on me. I answer with hope, with a sense of duty. But now it's different.
Volume's good, perfect.
This suit, the strength, the power, it's intoxicating, all-consuming. I can feel it whispering to me.
I love the production value.
Urging me to let go. How do I balance the man I want to be with the monster I could become?
That was so good. I like the last season as well.
Hey everyone, it's Ben Brode with another big scoop. The amazing spider season is almost here, but word on the street is something alien is afoot. Yeah! Hey, not too shabby. But it's not my slick new suit making headlines. That honor belongs to the new Symbiote Spider-Man card. When you play this spider, it merges with the lowest card in its location, copying its text and on-reveal ability. Stop the presses!
So much fun.
I'm getting word that we need to issue a retraction here. This card doesn't have on-reveal. It has activate. What is Activate? Let's check in with our reporter on the Marvel Snap Mechanics beat, Nikki Broderick. Nikki?
Thanks, Ben. Huge news here on the streets. A new ability type is headed for Marvel Snap, and it promises to bring a whole new layer of strategy. It's called Activate. When a card has an Activate ability, you'll need to press and hold it until the activated message appears. Cards will need to be revealed on the board already before you will be able to activate them.
So it does have to be revealed first. We have to stage it first.
Nikki, what does this mean for classic Marvel Snap cards?
Ben, my sources tell me that several are being reworked to take advantage of the new mechanic, such as Hell Cow and Black Swan.
Hell Cow?
So even if they're pulled out of your hand early, you can determine the best time for their abilities to activate. Back to you, Ben.
Simply amazing, Nikki.
Same with Black Swan. You can stage it.
Extra!
For a
Read
flood
all
on
about
5.
it!
More
Those are
new
big.
cards with the Activate mechanic are dropping in the Amazing Spider season. For details, here's another extremely stylish reporter, Ben.
Thanks, Ben! It's Ben with some truly excellent news. Another new spider card will be released into the wild, and my bros, I mean sources, they tell me it means double trouble for your opponents. Scarlet Spider is a clone of Peter Parker named Ben Riley, who looks just like the original, except for his extremely good-looking blonde hair and killer wardrobe. When you activate Scarlet Spider, it has an exact clone to another location. Forge, Okoye, and Nakia are great cards to buff this bad boy. Or use Storm and Sandman to make your opponent wish they had Scarlet on their side.
Oh, my eyes! Oh, somebody activate help, dude! Oh.
I gotcha, dude. I just received word that another spider-adjacent card is headed to Marvel Snap this Amazing Spider season. Madam Web is the blind seer of the spider family who can sense and connect all spiders, no matter their multiverse.
Madam
In
Web's
Marvel
gonna be
Snap,
crazy.
she enables a card to move away from her location every turn after she's played. Move cards are reportedly ecstatic about the news. Human Torch says this new card is lit. Multiple Man and Vulture were seen
They
high-fiving,
released- yeah.
and Angela, Elsa Bloodstone, and Hope Summers are throwing a little party. Over to you, Ben.
Daddy has to work soon.
Ben?
Wait, me, Ben? Can you hold this for a minute? It's Ben Hayes reporting live from the Pacific Northwest, where we've just uncovered more Amazing Spider season details. Aranya is a teenager blessed with magical spider powers, who eventually becomes Spider-Girl. Our sources say when you activate Aranya, Aranya gives the next card you play bonus power and moves it to the right. Personally, I'm looking forward to comboing her with Spider-Man 2099. There's one more card making its debut this season, but it's not a spider.
So strong.
The mercenary Silver Sable is sometimes a friend and sometimes a foe
Silver Sable's
to Spider-Man,
cracked, too.
and in Marvel Snap, she shows it. Silver Sable steals 2 power from the top card of your opponent's deck. Evolved Abomination, Ajax, and Selene look to benefit from the mercenary, but only time will tell if she's a friend or foe to the Spider fan. Now over to my colleague CJ Robinson, who's in another
29.9
location, to tell us about other locations. Did anyone see where that baby went?
Thanks, Ben. I'm CJ on the Bridge Beat, and I am beaming over these new locations. No pun intended. First up, the Brooklyn Bridge. Spider-Man's frequent perch is unfortunately jammed up with traffic, so trust me,
I agree,
you will not
Shores.
be able to play a card here two
But
turns in a row.
We have a card coming out next
There's
season.
also the secret
that should
laboratory
be
of Spider-Man's arch nemesis,
good with Sable.
Dr. Octopus. After Otto's lab is revealed, playing a card there will pull a random card from your opponent's hand to their side. That should take a real toll on them. And if I may bridge the gap to another topic, the new variants for the Amazing Spider-Man season have been revealed, and you won't want to miss these when the Golden Gate opens. Symbiote Spider-Man, Classic Spider-Man, and Miles Morales are all receiving new fits that will make you emote with joy. Wow, these artists really can draw. Bridge. Activate.
Breaking news.
Hi Ben, it's 나영우, 카드 아티스트 for 마블
Next season is
스냅.
gonna be
저는
so
대한민국
good.
서울에서 태어나서 서울에서 살고 있습니다. 저는 대학에서 한국화를 전공했고요. 게임 회사에서 10년 넘게 일하다가 지금은 또 일러스트레이터로서 일한 지 10년 정도 되어 가네요. 게임 회사를 비롯해 다양한 회사들과 일하고 있고요. 그 중에 마블과 디즈니도 저희 중요한 클라이언트입니다. 저는 한복을 그리는 일러스트레이터로 알려져 있어요. 정말 다양한 캐릭터들의 한복을 입혀왔는데요. 저의 모든 작업
I enjoy it
과정은
too.
포토샵으로 이루어지지만
Lord.
저의 기법은 한국화의 기술에서 온 거라고 할 수 있겠네요. 네, 이 카드들은 스파이더 패밀리들이 한국에 놀러와서 관광을 하고 있다는 컨셉으로 그렸어요. 그들은
I do like the
한국의
draw of some of
궁궐이나
her
시장과 같은
cards.
명소들을 방문해서 한국을 열심히 즐기고 있습니다. 벤 브로드 씨가 한국에서 굉장히 밈이 될 정도로 유명한 거 아세요? 함께 일할 수 있다니 처음부터 굉장히 기대되었고요. 정말 매력적인 카드들이고요. 저도 기대가 됩니다.
I know they all look good.
네, 저는 피치 모모코 씨의 스타일을 정말 좋아하는데요. 그녀가 그린 그 애는 정말 최고라고 생각해요. 아무래도 실크의 카드가 가장 마음에 드는 것 같아요. 저는 스파이더 패밀리를 모두 좋아하지만 실크가 아무래도 한국계 미국인 캐릭터라서 가장 관심이 가는 캐릭터입니다. 네, 인스타그램과 X에 계정이 있어요. 여기를 검색해주세요. 봐주셔서 감사합니다. 스파이디 시즌을 다들 즐겨주셨으면 좋겠고 한국에도 많이 놀러오세요. 바이 벤.
너무 유익한 인터뷰 정말 고마워요,
Silk?
우나영님. 정말 특별한
wish.
아티스트입니다. 곧 마블 스냅에서 나올 당신의
Silk has
작품이
been
너무 기대돼요.
Statted out
One
of the game
final
almost.
piece of news for you: you won't want to miss out on the Spotlight Caches albums and rewards.
So we get access to the we get access to some pretty good like emotes or emote sets. I like this emote. I do kind of like these. I'm wondering if I'll be able to get them. Was that Ben talking Korean? It was the boys. Thank you. And then we have the some pretty cool albums coming up. Me and the boys, yeah.
Wait a minute, what was that? No! Anything but that! Ah!
So me and the boys' fire reactions are terrible.
Yeah!
I think reactions are a little bit easier to unlock though. So typically it's for like a character spotlight cache almost, or spotlight spotlight album. And so like the Deadpool one, it's a little bit easier to unlock most of the time. The Hellcow being activate is crazy. Like I guess we haven't seen Hellcow in quite a while. I guess no snapbacks yet. Snapbacks may not be launching with the new season. And so it may be that they show up later on. Because that they could add in like a patch or something. I'm sure Zabu will be activate. I hope so. I'm curious to see what all cards are getting the change. Because my only concern is that movement decks for a long time were, even if they were strong, they weren't ran very often because of how like much more mentally taxing like running and calculating those movements would be. I hope that Activate doesn't end up making almost all decks feel like a chore to run rather than being able to kind of play through it with your like ideal stat lines. I want to see the full list. Yeah, me too. War Machine Praise. We have the War Machine. War Machine being Activate could be kind of cool, but I think now that we know that you have to stage them first to activate them the following turn, I feel like they would have to adjust some of the costs of some of the cards. So War Machine on 4 as an activate on 5, I guess could be fine. Let's go ahead and throw out our Pixie. You have 2 6 costs that it can hit. The White Widow, unfortunate. We do have Kyra, so our 6 cost card that ends up landing in, or 1 cost even, in the Danger Room will be protected. We get the discount on our cards with Titan. She-Hulk comes in at a 3-cost card, so it's automatically 2. It's much more easy to float and get her for free on the final turn. Oh, you said they have a full FAQ? Just EG, you said I love move. I'm used to getting an aneurysm after every game. Yeah, it definitely doesn't feel like one that I can play for like a long time, like a long spurt consistently. So we could go Hope Summers. We could also go...
Opponent snapped.
Just go like Nebula She-Hulk. Both of those can't get destroyed here. That allows us to focus on either of the other 2 lanes following. That activate follows the staging order. Typhoon? All right, let's go ahead and skip here. They do have the Mobius, so I'm glad we did not hold out on the She-Hulk line. This does go up to 6, though, which is the unfortunate bit. But we're going to skip here to see if maybe we can drop the Infinite. Effie, gotcha. And so the Red Hulk coming down here is a bit scary. See our final. It is not going to be the Infinite, even though we know that Infinite is at the bottom. Unfortunate. So Emperor Hulkling looks like the best that we can do in the right lane. Bringing us up to 21. They can't destroy our She-Hulk. I think this is what we're going to land on.
Minions to me.
Shadow King plus the Captain Marvel was very, very close to being able to overpower us and steal the 4 cubes away. But the point differential is what made it happen. So they would have been 14 power in the left. We won by 16 in mid. So even though they could have tied here, wasn't quite able to get what it needed to do done. And so Zippy, you said, when is Activate coming? The first new card with Activate will arrive with the season. 3 brand new Activate cards will be in the season. Keep an eye out for a few existing cards that could be getting a rework. So Hellcow, Swan, wait, Black Widow? Black Widow getting one as well? But then obviously it relies on you playing on them before. Yeah. And then the Snap Pack, we don't have a lot of information on what Snap Pack is. I'm hoping that it's a new way to acquire cards that can be gotten on like almost like playtime. So helping their KPIs for those like big things, and then rewarding some, either a new way to unlock things in game is what I hope. You said, hey TLSG, what was the real you? Was that the real you that played Rolk earlier? The game with Bridge? Yes, Alloy, it was. That was the game with the Bridge where I had Galactus, right? Into the She-Hulk Kyra. And then have you made any Atuma cooks? I played Atuma a handful of times. I didn't feel like anything that I played was like incredible. I was able to win like around a 55% win rate with some of them, but it just didn't feel amazing. You said that was sneaky. The whole time I think it made it into my video that I released a little while ago. But that was such a fun play. When I saw that the Galactus was picked up by Hulkling, and then into the immediate squirrels, I was a little bit sad for a second, and then the location showed up, which helped everything pull it back together. The leader on the Emperor Hulkling is huge. We can also freely play our 6-cost cards in the Danger Room, not have to worry about them too much. Let's go Kyra here. You can only activate once, even if you bounce. Ooh, straws, is that true? That there's so many options. Also, I wonder if you... Oh, okay. In general, when they change cards, it's because they need a buff or nerf, so I don't see that change happening. Oh, Nico? I feel like Nico might get one. So with Hope Summers, I'm thinking that they may have like some movable cards like Jeff, Nocturne. So I'm going to go ahead and slot our Nebula into the right. It would be really cool. The double Hope Summers gives them unlimited energy. Nico with an activate would be cool. That way you can kind of lock in which spell you want. But I'm not sure if she makes the cut necessarily. We can always go War Machine. War Machine into Emperor Hulkling left. Might be the line we go with. Tranquilizer, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Magneto is unfortunate for us. I guess we can just go Emperor Hulkling mid. Infinite's kind of nice too. It's not a bad option. This can kind of help us, but if they play multiple cards, then we wouldn't be able to, likely wouldn't be able to maintain the lead here. Versus this one, if we win this one, we're already winning in Danger Room. I'm going to try the Infinite line. I'm back and forth on it. I feel like they may split up their 2 drops that they go. Moon Girl means you can activate twice. That is true. If they play a big one here and then just a mid-range one to the left. Infinite mid is also an option. Oh no, the Infinite anywhere was fine. Fortunate. I got greedy. The Hulkling to the left was a line too. He said Hellcow would only trigger once on Apocalypse. Yeah, so it still only can discard each card one time. Similar to how it functions now, I would imagine. But it is kind of cool that you stage it early to get the value late. So if you don't have your big payoff cards, it would even be cool with like a Hella line. So you stage the Hellcow, activate it on 6 into playing Hella, right? Let's go ahead and go Nebula. Closing stream, good luck. Ooh, Kato, good luck to you. Is MODOK going to be activate? If he was, they'd have to lower his cost. Because you, well, they should lower his cost. Because you wouldn't be able to activate him until 6. But I feel Hellcow would be great for discard dump. It could be. For like a Dracula dump deck. Being able to stage it and then get the power later. I'm curious if they change like the cost or power of any of those cards that they're adding into the activate line. Black Widow being activated is interesting. Or maybe it was White Widow. I don't know which Widow they were talking about. But one of the Widows is getting changed. And so typically Black Widow, you want that effect as soon as you play it. And so it'll be interesting to see that switch over into an activate card. I think it said a window. Did it say window? Oh, did a swan just fly by my window? Gotcha. I thought it said widow. My bad. Reading is pretty important, and I forgot how. So they snap here. We could always go Marvel Boy into Skip into Infinite She-Hulk. Might be the line we go with. That's an unfortunate goblin. Into the Cassandra Nova. Oof. You said they are being too cheeky with that phrasing. I know, Zippy. The whole reveal was a little bit too cheeky. But Hellcal sounds good with Activate, honestly. It was just worse Corvus. Yeah, I agree. And so it gives it some uniqueness for sure. Frosty, you said downside of this Activate stuff is 1, useless on 6, and 2, telegraphs your next play. That's true. I think there will be some cool things, but it definitely does add some... a large amount of, like, it being telegraphed. So, Athena, Ravona, this could be Ghost Spider. Do we ever win? I don't know if we win, but I'm going to give it a shot. Hulkling needs a nerf. I get roasted because I enjoy Hulkling, but I think most people would say that he needs a buff. But I enjoy him as is. That it also opens up the design space for things that negate activate abilities. Yeah, they'll be able to bring some of those in the future. So Iron Fist, Basic Arrow. Ooh, is it Hazmat Ajax? I bet so. No, Hazmat Ghost Spider. I think they only stayed because they were watching the stream. Kato, very good game. When I saw the Hazmat come down, I was afraid of the Ajax. Ajax would have absolutely cleaned our clocks, but... But very good game nonetheless. It does look like it's time for a quick, only stayed for the content. I appreciate you, Kato. It looks like it's time for a really quick set of ads. We have our coping deck that's doing pretty well. He's precariously balanced as is. Yeah. No, I don't think he should be buffed. I think people were suggesting at 5 cost or like a 5/8. I feel like he'd be broken at 5/8. Honestly, he only has like 2 to 3 really truly awful hits. Everything else is fine. So I look forward to the weekend missions, playing more Hulkling. So the weekend, I just cleared the one for Hulkling, but I do enjoy him. I'm gonna run to the restroom real fast while we roll our ads, and then we will be right back, you guys. All right, we're back. And so the stats on it so far are really solid, holding 61% win rate, an average of 0.61, 0.67 cubes per game. But I'm also not snapping incredibly aggressively. You said question, if you could buff Rhino to be a competitive pick, how would you do it? I feel like that's a tricky one. Because locational control is a lot less important now. Because at 3 cost... 3... Oh, what are we doing with... What are we doing with the squirrel girl? I wasn't paying attention to the first location. I shouldn't have played it. I don't know. Rhino's a tricky one, because if you want to keep it locational control, location control has lost a lot of value, and even whenever we had limited locational control cards, he wasn't incredibly strong. And so I would almost feel like you need to go away with that as your location. But if you're looking at like him like smashing something, if you do anything that interacts with the cards, that becomes just another juggernaut. So I think it's a very tricky one to balance. Rhino would be good right about now. I mean, Roro. I'm not gonna say that you're definitely not wrong. Did you watch the video? I did watch the video of the upcoming season. I think letting him add a rock plus ruin. I don't know if it would be too over the top necessarily. So to enable our war machine, we can go Sunspot plus Marvel Boy. The problem is we have to win mid. Because we played into Bar with no name. So next turn, let's Sunspot grab some extra energy. Hulkling being Odin. Let's go ahead and skip here. The Mockingbird, scary. So they throw anything into the Ant-Man lane. It gets +3, +2 more. Get another 7 in mid, bringing it up to 19. Be a little bit further. Something in me wants to stay here. I know we probably shouldn't. This is only 16, maybe 17 in the right. Staying is too cope. I agree, Cosmo. Staying is way too cope. Ugh. So much for our cope. It did not pay off for us. Very, very close. We lose by 2, but the Shadow King was big. It's all good. We're post-infinite. And I think my original goal was anything above top 500 for when I came back. And then I've been lingering closer to top 100, but that oftentimes really restricts my ability to like stay and see some extra outcomes and things like that. Moscow Chad. I'm sorry that I triggered you, my friend. That one, there is a scenario where like maybe they just play into mid thinking that they have it. Like we could have potentially won that one. Odds are we didn't. But it's not the worst day I've ever stayed on, honestly. So Space Throne, we could fill it and then War Machine to play their that following turn. Go ahead and go Spider-Man. I was expecting Gilgamesh. Yeah, Gilgamesh, but they didn't have very many cards that were buffed though. Content stays are life. I typically don't content stay too often, but Squad, I cope stay all the time. Sometimes I just like to see the outcome. Sometimes it feels worth it to just see how the game would turn out. Let's go Marvel Boy. I almost want to snap into it. They could be running a full-on destroy deck since they did destroy the Squirrel Girl. So Killmonger could be in line, a null death could be kind of scary. No, it's a zoo deck. Okay. No more Mobius? No. That is an unfortunate Mantis pull that copies our Marvel Boy. Unfortunate all around. But for Mobius, I did try him in the deck, but a lot of times it felt like I almost would rather any other card most of the time, because I ended up holding him a lot of the time in favor of dropping Marvel Boy on 3, Kyra, or Hope Summers. And then after that, unless it was a really impactful card, it didn't make a big difference. I don't get all the yacht names on ladder. Did the snap community just find out about the word? I actually don't know that one. So we don't have any way to get extra energy. We could do something like War Machine into a skip into Infinite. Might be the line we go with. So the second Marvel Boy, so unfortunate. From the Mantis line. It's Husky's fault? Is it really? I didn't realize where it started from. All right, we're going to skip here, let Sunspot absorb, and then we have the 20 power Behemoth that comes down after. Yo Woody lost a bet. Us got to choose his name. We all swapped in solidarity. Nice. That may have been during my break. But that's a fun origin story. And then I've also noticed when I came back that there's a whole bunch of like Enjoyer. So I think it started with like Shuri Enjoyer, and then just everybody. It feels like from time to time, almost everybody has a blank Enjoyer name. That was like a week ago, really. It feels like maybe that's why we're seeing a big spike. But there's been a handful that were still around before that. So 20, can they beat 20? This brings it up a bit. Gilgamesh. Be 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think we lose to a Gilgamesh. Enjoyer is very old. Yeah, Enjoyer's been around. I think it was Shuri Enjoyer was the only one that I knew of when I quit, and then I came back and it was... yeah, Big Gilgamesh, yeah. So then Marvel Boy could buff him up further. The double Marvel Boy, I guess. Yeah, we tied in the right, but we weren't able to overcome the double Marvel Boy. Ant-Man goes to 10. Yeah, plus the double Marvel. Unfortunate. So Moscow. What was that about staying what was that about cope stays? We could have done the math with the Gilgamesh to know that was a non-stay. Plastic, you said I got dunked on in round 4 of Infinite Conquest by Thanos Enjoyer. He was playing Thanos. I mean, it's only fitting. If you have a name like that, you gotta double down and commit to it. Moscow. I'm on the phone with my therapist. Okay. Well, the question was, am I the problem? Or am I the drama? But Bad Frosty, I wish there was another way to enable a Kingpin. Cosmo, I'm a therapist? Not on the phone with Moscow. All right. Well, if anyone else needs one, Cosmo is free. Also, yes, you are. Well.
Opponent snapped.
All right, let's go Kyra. We do have the She-Hulk line. They have Kitty Pryde to stop Nebula from scaling, which is good. TLSG, well-known instigator of dark feelings and despair. I have to say, I've never heard something more true in my entire life. So we have Spider-Ham, Marvel Boy, hoping for a good hit with the hand. Miles isn't perfect. Let's see. Copycat was Hope Summers, which is big for him. Do get the War Machine in case it's a... I don't think it's going to be a Sandman deck. But that way we don't have to skip here. We ever War Machine right? War Machine Reich, we have the Infinite for the final turn. Ooh, Gwynpool can be kind of scary. They have a lot of power in the late. But 22 power Infinite isn't anything to be scoffed at. They have to get 20 more power here. We're going to get another 4 plus another 1 with the Spider-Ham. And if they have Shang-Chi, they can't take this one out because of our Kyra.
Can you understand me?
He said yesterday on Jeff, on Hoagland's stream, we dodged the Shang-Chi with the Kyra. What were they thinking? He'll take it. I'll take the 4. He said yesterday on Hoagland's stream, Cozy said in chat that if you two were in a room together, you'd have a nice off. So if me and Cozy were in the same room together, we probably would. Probably would. That I had a conquest with a similar deck where in the final game, my 6 costs swapped with themselves and the ones swapped with themselves too. Cosmo, definitely truly unfortunate. You and Cozy would have a compliment off. That would be that would be really fun to see how that goes. But I don't know that I've ever told the story, but whenever the game first launched and Cozy was at like 3,000 subscribers, we had a call when he was doing like the tier list with other creators. We had a call, and he is very much the exact same as he is on his videos in the calls. He was very nice, and coming in, like I didn't know of his content, but he had known of mine, and he was truly very nice. And so a lot of people, like, it's very different, the on-camera persona versus what you see everywhere else. His very much seemed to match exactly with what he puts into those videos. So we have Hope Summers and Squirrel Girl. I think I'd rather do Marvel Boy so that we start scaling the left lane a little bit further. Angel, you said I bet $20 that TLSG wins the compliment off. I don't know. There's a good chance that I just get like awkward and then can't think of any words to say, and so then just get like bashful and clam up. And $20 is a lot to be on the line. Said I bet $20 that if they had a compliment off, everybody wins. It would be some stellar content for sure. A Living Tribunal. We do have Kyra to protect our 1 cost, but I don't think they're going to have anything that hurts them. Hope Summers, Squirrel Girl is a little bit tough. We'll have to hope for. That was the downside to the Pixie on 2, was that Crimson Cosmos hurts it quite a bit because there's not much that we can do to reach over in that lane. That it would be a tie because they would hug. And then go get a drink. Very possible. We can skip here into the She-Hulk. She-Hulk went to 6 cost, so it traded with itself. So if we skip, it's only going to be 5. So we would have to play the She-Hulk this turn into like the Emperor Hulkling next turn, and it's going to even out our power. Not sure if it's enough. They snapped into the rescue line. They do have the follow-up. Sandman. Ultron? Do we beat the Ultron? It doesn't really matter where we play the Hulkling, because he's Living Tribunal, yeah? So I guess mid is the best. It's going to be 1 extra power. I do Living Tribunal math. I always keep my calculator up just in case. We have 20, we have 10, we have 9, plus the 12 from Hulkling, and the extra 3 from Marvel Boy. I'm assuming they play Ultron here, and so we get 54 power total across the board, and so it's 18 in each lane. That wouldn't win. So if they did it here, an Ultron in left would end up being 19 power. And then 3, 6, 9 plus the 7 would be 16. We'd win there, but where we wouldn't win would be in the left in Savage Land. Assuming they go the Ultron line. So I guess if we're looking at it across the entirety of the board, maybe Hulkling left to stop Nebula from scaling. I think we lose this one, but we're already cope staying so much, we might as well one more time. Yeah, it's the Ultron. Ooh, my math was wrong. I guess had we played into mid, it would have been the 18. So close. I wish the tracker could do Tribunal math. Me too. Me too. Moscow said a drink of lemonade, which they would go outside and buy from a Girl Scout. I mean, we have to give back to the community. We knew the Ultron line wasn't quite able to get there. Had I played it into mid, I don't think that +1 from playing into mid would have given us the edge, but it was very, very close. But I do wish, like, I wish in-game... I wish in-game they, like, when you go to stage a Living Tribunal, it would calculate how much it'll be. Because otherwise it gets very difficult very fast. We still love Teddy. He tried his best. We definitely miss and respect Teddy. It was a difficult decision to jump off, but I think it may have been best for him. Especially if you're feeling big burnout. We get the Heimdall. That was our surprise ender. I guess 11 power is 11 power. It's not awful. But I did want the surprise play. So the big sunspot coming in, becoming unusable, unfortunately. Let's go Hope Summers into the right. Did you read the Young Avengers comics? I haven't, Angel. I've only dabbled in a couple of like bigger comic book lines. So like House of X, and then a few like origin storylines. But I'd like to at some point. I'd like to read them at some point. So we have Squirrel Girl, we have Marvel Boy. This Marvel for them is pretty big. He said Ultimate Spidey is really, really good. I may have to check it out. War Machine, Sunspot. I feel like we play it just because we can. Because no matter what next turn, it can't be more than 6. So there's always a chance we just skip and let Sunspot absorb next turn. Namora. Didn't see Namora coming. They can move the Nocturne over. Get the +5 from the Miss Marvel. Seven would bring us to 19. I don't think we ever win 8 here if they did an Odin. I don't think we win this one. Doctor Doom is 5 plus the 8. 10, so it's 18. Man, what happened? We had such a good streak, and I feel like as soon as we mentioned cope stays, probably leave. I agree, but I've committed to cope staying the last like 5 games. I feel like we cope stay one more time. Frank Puddle, you said, hey, TLSG, just got here. Hoping you're well. Did you check out the developer video? I did. Super exciting stuff with the activate ability. I think it brings a pretty interesting approach to, or change to your approach to deck building that I'm excited about. Especially if they continue to convert some cards that are like lower performers over to activate instead. I'll be interested to see. The only bad thing is activate cards are going to be dead when played on the last turn. And so if you draw them, they won't be, if you draw them on the last turn, they won't be fantastic. But otherwise, I think they're very, very strong. So Nocturne over to the right. Where do they go within mid? The She-Hulk left. Juggernaut is not what we wanted to see. And we still almost had it. Had we just done nothing on the last turn, we won. Juggernaut was unfortunate. Said Hellish Cow being activate will bring it some new life. I think it'll be interesting to see how Hell Cow's played. Like, will it be used in Hella decks? Or just like a standard Apocalypse discard? I'm curious where it'll end up fitting the best. Oh, also, I had to 4-tap this week to be able to get Emperor Hulkling. Juggernaut, cool, man. I like that one, Itchy. I like that one. I'll probably steal it at some point. It'll just be Hella. It's always Hella. You may not be wrong. No Mobius. That's the most common question I've gotten today. No Mobius for this one. Most of the time, I ended up wanting to do something else on turn 3. And so if we drop Pixie, it's usually because we have our 6 costs still in our deck. So like for this game, I'm not going to drop it. Even though it could give us a better line into the Infinite, I don't think it's beneficial for us. We take out their... Oh, it's an Arshan deck. We take out their Electra. Then they take out our Ham, so Emperor Hulkling goes up to 12. Go ahead and play out the Kyra. Very interesting. Yeah, no problem. So we could potentially get a cheap War Machine or a 6-cost War Machine. And so with this one, I almost always... I tried it initially with Mobius, and I found that I always wanted to do either Marvel Boy, Kyra, or Hope Summers more most of the time. And so I did end up cutting the Mobius and haven't felt like a major strain with not having him. And then Herwick, how the game's been. They were going well, and then we started talking about cope staying, and it fell off hard. But overall, it's been fun. We do have the Infinite, but that's all that we'd be able to drop on the last turn. So Sunspot's going to be able to gain some here. They go Sauron, but no ongoing cards. Scar is a bit scary. Spider Ham, we do...
Hello!
a slight advantage in mid. Depending on if we think they reinforce mid, this might be something we can do. Benjamin Knight, thank you so much for the resub for 4 months with your Amazon Prime. I appreciate it. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. You said, how's your day going? It's going well. My week has been good. It's been busy, but good. Victory. The retreat from Symbio, bro. There were a lot of ways that we could have lost that one, but I think they had pity on us. But we watched the developer video, interested or excited about a few of the cards that are going to be releasing soon, for sure. Tex, you said my keys went horrible this week. I got Nimrod, didn't have him, and then the random 4 or 5. And keys was Nimrod. No, that's like an immediate slap in the face. I'm sorry, Tex Rex. Have you looked at the new season? I did, Captain. Very, very excited for next season. There's a lot of cool cards that I think will hopefully like re-excite some different like decks that maybe weren't playable before. Benjamin, you said my TLSG daughter last week. When can we watch TLSG Lee? Aw. That makes me feel good that she enjoys the videos. Hopefully she's doing well. Orca Hulkling. So basically Orca, but cooler looking. He's a little bit more angsty looking. So it's essentially going to be Orca. Said Mataweb and Arana are going to make a move really strong. That the one that absorbs with the card at that location and re-triggers it, also going to be really strong. The Symbiote Spiders also, I think all of them are going to be really good in their own ways. Like I'm excited for every single release next week or next month. So with the Pixie, we did get the higher cost Nebula, but we can still play it out. With Central Park being squirrels, I think we hold our Squirrel Girl. Symbiote Spider-Man? Yeah, Symbiote Spider-Man is going to be good. And then the one that makes a copy of him myself, I think it is also a great addition to like Gwynpool stuff or Shuri lines. Symbiote Galactus? Ooh, Symbiote Galactus could be interesting. 6 cost Sunspot. We're not getting any of the lucky flips, unfortunately. Let's go War Machine. Put some respect on Ben Riley. Gotta put some respect on Ben Riley. Scarlet Spider. That's the one. I couldn't remember his name. Then Mike Dot, you said, hey TLSG, with the reveal of activate cards today, do you ever find yourself wishing you yourself had an activate feature that would help you mitigate the uncontrollable scream rage you constantly display on your streams? Sometimes. Like I think it would probably be for the better if I was able to get that in check, you know? So having an activate just to hold it off until like, you know, the ad breaks or whatever may be, probably where it needs to be. That I'm excited for the classic cards turning to activate. They said several. Yeah, they said several. They've mentioned only 2 a couple of times. So I'm curious to see what else we see. If we draw Infinite next turn, I'm going to be so very sad. But if we don't draw She-Hulk and we skip, I'm also going to be sad. I guess we're going to be sad. Please don't shout at me. Mike Dot. I'm trying my best. So Cable stole one of our cards. They are really full on their board space, though. Beautiful. With the snap from Angel coming in.
Oh, snap.
We'll do the late game snap into the retreat. Them having like the restrictions on the board space was really unfortunate for them. All we had to do was like She-Hulk, even Vibranium probably could have, or I guess Hulkling plus Vibranium could have done it. He said snap, please. Since we've been running a cope deck, I haven't been snapping super aggressively. I usually do the more snapping whenever I'm a little bit more like comfortable or confident in a deck. But this one has been holding over a 60% win rate for some time. We did go on a really bad spurt. Andrew, you said I can't wait for Scarlet Spider, my favorite Spider-Man variant. Scarlet Spider is gonna be a good one. I'm excited for like the art that's coming up. I'm excited for all of the cards and their abilities, the activate. Hopefully next season is really, really exciting. You said they also mentioned Electra and Polaris. Polaris could be kind of cool. Madam Web with Hercules. Madam Web with Hercules could be crazy. Maybe that's the deck that was broken. Like, no, but moving Taskmaster up by 1 wouldn't matter. Because you could do Madam Web, Human Torch, Hercules, and then just move it most of the turns, but that couldn't have been it. So we have the Pixie line. We have 2 6-cost cards that it can hit. Last time it kind of stabbed us in the back a little bit. Chimichanga's not awful. And the Marvel Boy line. You get the 1-cost She-Hulk, which I feel like we need to throw into Krakoa this turn. Probably better to do something like Chimichanga, Marvel Boy instead, though. Next turn, we'll throw She-Hulk into mid. Aranya? That is going to be a huge enabler for Torch. Yeah, Aranya being able to do like the Human Torch or the Iron Fist activate for Aranya. Ooh, we can play him without even going through the negativity now. So Spider Ham helped. And then Ghost Spider. All of those will be really big enablers for move. And then Madam Web. Yeah, move's getting a lot of cool things. So we get the 3-cost Living Tribunal. Let's go She-Hulk into Kyra. Next turn might be Emperor Hulkling. Might be something else that we draw. It just depends. Snap, trust me. All right, we'll snap into it. Shang-Chi probably gonna see more play. I think we see, or I think it's already probably an underplayed card. But Shadow King. I think Shadow King is like the biggest counter to those that want to scale so dramatically. The only thing with Shadow King is that if they can drop initiative, then it's still hard to hit, but otherwise... Angel, I'm a menace. You are a menace, but in a good way. Madam Web is the big one. Probably the best card. Strong outside of move too. Yeah, just being able to now compete for a location and then have those mind games of like, are you going to move a card out? I think is so valuable. And then Godric Dust, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Your notification should go off.
It took you long enough.
Here in just a second, but I appreciate the support and appreciate you being here. But see, that's why I like to spend my money on you. It feels good. Well, I appreciate you. So we could do a double Pixie shuffle. I'm just gonna go a single Pixie. Let's go Pixie to the right, left. Then Godric, back to YouTube. I appreciate you, Godric. Popping over just for the Prime sub and the Bezos bucks. Madam Web Lockjaw could go nuts. Madam Web Lockjaw, if you have big enough enablers, could be kind of crazy. Also, speaking of crazy, a double trigger of Arnim Zola could go crazy. I guess not. With Eternal's Arc, we won't have a chance to do a double trigger. Go Hope Summers. Maybe we should have done Kyra so we could play into Danger Room. Spider Ham hit Infinite 2 games in a row. Angel, you said also snap that? Okay, well, we'll go ahead. I guess, okay. So worst case scenario, we do something like Kyra, we do She-Hulk, skip, let Sunspot absorb, we can throw Emperor Hulkling, and then it moves it over. Like, that's worst case scenario if we don't win otherwise. He said a Hulkling Arnold is one of his best hits. It can be. Oh, I guess we're not going to hit anything because we have Kyra. Never mind. I think this wins. We could potentially hit the pig. That'd be a gamble, though. Let's go Spider, Ham, Infinite Pig into mid. I don't think they gamble on the Danger Room. I think they focus here. The double drop mid. Athena can scale. We're not protected from Shang-Chi, though, because it is a zero cost, essentially, pig. Angela, Kitty Pryde. Dr. Doom could do us in. I guess not. Dr. Doom would be fine. Let's go Hulkling over to the right. Yeah, no. Kyra won't allow Arnhem. Used to. You could hit Arnhem. If it couldn't destroy it, still copied it, but they changed it a while back. I still think we're okay. Because the Dr. Doom in the right is not enough, so we'd be able to overpower it with just the Hulkling line. Yeah, it used to be. And so, like, early in the beta days, I tried to set up, like, a Captain Marvel into armor into Arnold Zola just to see how the three Marvels would interact with each other. But, so yeah, you used to be able to do it behind, like, Wakanda or anything that protected a card. You could still use it, and it would copy it, and you would just have 3 instead of 2. We're back on the winning side. We took a few L's, but we're still, I mean, maintaining ish. We're still hovering around the 60% win rate, which is good for the amount of games and for the fact that we're playing a War Machine deck. Actually, we're right at 60%. So 45 games, 60% win rate. I'd say that for a War Machine, for a Hulkling deck, which everyone was up in arms about, pretty good. Wait, you said people fiercely defending the behavior because of the punctuation the card used? For Arnim Zola? Oh, I didn't realize that there was a difference in, like, the punctuation. Hulkling Arnim? Yeah, Hulkling Arnim can be really solid. Because not only can it maneuver your cards around, but you're getting a big body into place as well. Let's go Kyra. We do have the Ultron, which could always be kind of fun. Pull Obsidian from the Great Portal that we can play over into the left. Leader is still RNG related because you don't always see their cards. Yeah. So Pull Obsidian isn't protected from Kyra, though, is the only potential issue. We will be able to play a big card in Big House if we wanted to. So like War Machine into whatever we wanted to play, wherever. Table comes down, steals one of ours, but most of ours aren't fantastic for him at this point. I think we go War Machine left. And then we're looking at like an Infinite mid or maybe even an Infinite right. I love stuff like Speed Arnhem. Hulkling catch people off guard. Yeah, we're just the big Galactus. I do enjoy a lot of the things that Hulkling could hit. Ooh, we have the Sandman coming into play. So we have the surprise Ultron. Throw it. You could. Yeah, we sure could. Just saying. I'm wondering if they would retreat though. Because it's 2/4/6. That's honestly not huge here. Okay, so if they play into mid, they push Silk over to the right. That's 11 power. We only have 10 with the Emperor Hulkling line. And then T Greenethy, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. We could also, if She-Hulk was 1 cheaper, I guess 2 cheaper. We could go Hulkling right. I think this should probably be a retreat, honestly. Otherwise, it's going to come down to the point differential. I don't think this does it. Then we're only 6 in mid. Either leave or play. Yeah, we took a shot. Since it was only for 1 extra cube, I was going to take a shot and just lock one in, but sometimes the 2 options, we either leave or we don't. Very profound. It does look like it's time for a really quick set of ads. Toxic rope strats. I wasn't meaning to. I wasn't meaning to. The War Machine scared them off. It did. And since they weren't equipped for, I don't know, since they weren't equipped for that, like a potential Sandman, because they were an Arsham deck, we're going to run a quick set of ads, and then we'll jump right back into a few more games, you guys. I'm not going anywhere during the break, but here in just a second, I'll queue up for one more game. Or not one more game, several more games. Go ahead and jump into the queue. My goodness. All right, let's go ahead and queue up. By the time we jump in, everybody should be back. I would hope. That I'm missing so many Series 4 or 5 cards since I just started. I just want high Evo. That's where they'll get you. Try not to fall into the FOMO. Like the cards, you'll get the cards over time. They'll pop up in the spotlight caches, and so it's just a slow trickle unless you end up, falling into and spending quite a bit. Angel, and you said check your friend requests after on Steam. Angel, I appreciate it. I'll check them right after this. That way, if you're headed to bed or if you need to focus on other things, you'll be able to take care of it early. But Angel, I appreciate you being here and hanging out for a while. Hopefully you have a good rest of your day. Living Tribunal again. Not perfect, but not awful either. That I'm saving those cash keys for the slow drop card infusion.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
For the slow drip card infusion. Yeah. Soft Body Jones, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. I appreciate you being here. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. We have Kyera to protect ourselves from their Killmonger line. We have all of our 6-cost cards, so there's not really a reason to play out the Pixie. We can do War Machine, but we don't have a way to play Infinite next turn. So it would end up being a skip anyways. But I guess that's a better than skip on 4 and on 5. And their Hulkbuster hit Wolverine, which is unfortunate for them. Good for us.
Enough said,
Aren't they working on a new way to get Series 4 and 5? We have gotten some data mined information about packs, but I don't know like how you'll acquire them or what it looks like. But I do think they're working on like changing card acquisition a bit. He said at TLSG, when someone subs, does that voice line say took you long enough or took you long enough? It's Wong. It says took you long enough. One of my favorite voice bits ever. So the big Infinite isn't perfect. They could have an Arnhem Zola, which helps here and across the board. We just don't have the explosiveness that we need. So we're gonna retreat out of this one. That's apparently snap packs are on the way. Yeah, hopefully it's something that is user friendly and not something that is wallet not friendly. Something that's gonna make you pull out your wallet. 'Cause I would rather spend extra time, grind out the game, which helps like the metrics that a game needs over time, and be able to gain things in game. A reason to continue playing after you hit infinite. The Phantom Crew with the hydrate reminder. I appreciate you. Reminder for myself too. It's a good one. I don't mind spending money in games like this. Sometimes a bit more than I should, but I also want to unlock stuff at a good clip by playing. If I don't, I usually just move on. That's true. That's true, Frosty. I don't mind paying into the games. It's just whenever it feels like you have to be able to stay anywhere near playable. Feels bad. Like if it feels like that is what's getting pushed on you every single time you open the game. That piece I don't enjoy as much. So we do have the She-Hulk Infinite line. So we have War Machine to use on... I guess War Machine won't be a big difference. Because we were always going to skip on 5 into doing both of these on 6. So maybe it's War Machine. We go Emperor Hulkling next turn. Unfortunate. So no on reveals in mid, which that's fine. We don't need them anyways. We go Emperor Hulkling. I'm going to go ahead and throw it into mid. Because as long as we can hold down Bar Sinister with the Infinites, then we should be fine. Especially these days, where the pesos aren't worth as much as they used to be. Yeah. Yep, and where it feels like you can't engage with anything that comes into the game unless you pay for it. And so, like, Deadpool Diner was nice. The piece that was not nice was that every time you lost, you had the gold, like, do you want to refresh? Do you want to buy additional bubs type of thing? So the big scar coming down into Bar Sinister is not going to be the correct play. It's going to be the Wong one. We have the Emperor Hulkling coming down, which was Spectrum, but we don't have any ongoing, so I went ahead and played it into mid. And then we'll skip on 5 into the big flood on 6.
Hello!
So they skipped as well. Infinite? I would not be surprised.
Victory.
Take it. We'll take it. We'll take the 2 cube retreat. And then Magic Man, you said, hey, alrighty now. Always good to hear my favorite ASMR Snap streamer. Welcome in, Magic Man. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. We're running a War Machine Hulkling deck and having an absolute blast doing it. So it's hovering right around the 60% win rate, which for a deck that is this cope is honestly not bad at all. Said, I think you're the only player I've ever seen play War Machine. It is definitely not a very common one, Mr. Frosty. every once in a while I see somebody like creep a War Machine deck into the mix, but usually it's, I don't know. I don't think I've seen content creators playing it. He said seems surprisingly non-toxic for a TLSG deck. You're honestly, you're not wrong. My decks are usually the worst. You gonna change the deck anytime today? I might Nimbus. I know that I was, I don't know. I was kind of enjoying the Cope deck, but we might switch it at some point. So Icebox hits our Vibranium. We already have Sunspot and Nebula down. Most of our cards would be fine to be hit with Pixie. And then we do have the leader for the last turn. Go ahead and snap into it. Have you tried the Atuma Nimrod combo? I did, but it didn't feel like it did anything super crazy outside of what Destroy normally does. So like it was fun. I enjoyed doing like the Atuma Nimrod into like the Destroyer stuff. But it didn't feel as good as like a regular Destroy that hits a high roll. And so I think I was able to have like a 55-ish% win rate. And then the cube rate for Destroy is typically kind of just okay. So we have the Marvel Boy. So I'm going to play over to the right. Ooh, Nocturne can be kind of scary. I wish DC had their version of this game. Their version of the game didn't pop off like I think they needed it to. So drawing She-Hulk would be great. I think we're going to skip here just in case we want to go Infinite. But we do have to look out for the Nocturne line.
Hello, hello.
So I think we need to go Infinite. But if they turn off Nexus, we have a decent amount of power over here already. I think we just ship Infinite and call it good. Dual Force Bomb super hard? Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately it did. It didn't make it out of like the intro phase. I am excited for Marvel Rivals and Deadlock. During some of my downtime, I'm going to be playing a bit of Deadlock because I do enjoy a good MOBA deck. Or not MOBA deck, my goodness. I do enjoy MOBAs. Then Prajith on the YouTube side, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. I see that you said hello. I'm not sure how long ago that was. I do try and keep up on both, but I think I may have missed that one. That one's my bad.
Victory.
Do get the retreat here from Schrader. We'll take the 2 cubes where we can. Definitely could have been a lot worse for sure. Said was really into Smite like 3 years ago. I think it was probably closer to like 8 or 9 for me, but I was really into League of Legends for a while. I have the beta tester, Kayle skin, and I always sucked at playing Kayle, even when she was like decent in the meta game. But I still ran her anyways because I wanted to show off my skin. But for a while I was really into it. I got to, I think the highest I got was like plat, and then I plateaued. But we'll see. And before that, I played. Well, immediately before that, it was RuneScape. But further before that, it was Call of Duty that I spent like all of my time on. And so a game that is a mix between the shooter and the MOBA seems very much up my alley. as long as they don't have Shadow King, this just wins, right? And then, yeah, and we did hit the Red Hulk as well. I know that they'll win Bar Sinister, but we throw Chimera down next turn. Even Shadow King might not win. That's true, because then it would trigger 4 more times after. 12 per turn is craziness. Playing COD with a keyboard. So originally I didn't have a gaming PC, so I originally played on PlayStation. That's where the most of my like game time was. But I did eventually transition over into PC for like Overwatch. But I definitely say I'm not as comfortable with like the mouse and keyboard as I was with the controller. But I know that the controller has a lot more limitations than mouse and keyboard. You said, wait, so is the Call of Duty origin story real? I don't know, Bart. It might be. COD is or was my very first multiplayer game. Yes, me too. Back in Call of Duty 4 days. So back in the days of Call of Duty 4, like when I first started playing, my aim was so bad that I couldn't lock onto somebody, so I ran around and knifed everybody. But eventually my aim got better. And then a Thrill Friday. It is Friday. I'm excited. Hopefully you've had a great week so far. You said COD with a keyboard was the only way at one time? At one time. I started with Call of Duty 4. And so that one, I think, was much bigger on... Ooh, the Jubilee into Bar Sinister is... There's no way. We won Bar Sinister. Oh, that Jubilee was unfortunate. And then Rockstar. Suddenly I feel old. Don't feel old, Rockstar. Modern Warfare was the best. Is this a bot? There's no way. I don't know. I don't know what their end goal was there. How did they just manage to lose to Marvel Boy? I mean, for Marvel, well, I guess in the left, yeah, that's true.
Victory.
My first online game was Unreal Tournament. Unreal Tournament had some really, like, that was the first game that I saw that was like had a big like following around it for the online. But I didn't have like good enough equipment at that time, and I was a little on the younger side. But I do remember it like floating around. Winnick, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. Ivy said, Lord only knows how many hours I put into Call of Duty 4. Yeah, same. Call of Duty 4, I think the easiest estimate was 45 days of playtime. Would be probably on the light side. You said played Counter-Strike semi-pro and Team won COD World Championship 20 years ago. Really? That's awesome. I didn't ever play anything into anything. I didn't ever play in anything like super competitive, just pub stompers. But when it said bought a modded controller for Modern Warfare 2, at one point I bought, I think it was after Modern Warfare 2, but I bought it was a mouse that you could use on console, so like the mouse and keyboard. I bought one of those at one point, but I never used the modded controller though. You haven't lived unless you experience UT and Quake on AOL 99. I never, so our AOL was like, I couldn't even load browser-based games. Oh, and then YRG, he said, what's the app called? So it's Untapped. So I have a link to the tracker in the description. Playing discard without Corvus is depression incarnate. Corvus does make it definitely feel much better. but it's still playable without it, for sure. Let's go War Machine, see if we can win the left lane. If we can, then maybe we can skip 1-5 into Infinite plus She-Hulk, since we did have the Pixie that came down. And Skate Man, you said finally got Infinite, several TLSG decks, and all the gameplay advice finally got you there. Or Scapa Man? Scapa Man, congratulations. It is no small feat for sure. And so definitely a good accomplishment. I feel like each season after you hit Infinite, it gets a little bit easier in the following seasons now that you know that you can do it.
All systems
The Quake
go.
1 with the lights off and speakers up was scary. I never got the joy of playing Quake, unfortunately. So both Collector and Morbius.
Victory.
I guess they didn't draw their bigger cards. Was United 5 on COD? Lots of Counter-Strike teams. I never played. I dabbled in Counter-Strike a little bit, but I wasn't very good. Like I never learned like, the best strategy or the best like pathing on the maps and things like that. Versus Call of Duty, I knew like all the spawn points and everything. Dr. Doom on the Emperor Hulkling going against somebody by the name of Doom feels right. It feels like fate. I've got the 10-year veteran coin on Counter-Strike. I still suck. That's me on League. Like I have the beta skins, but my skill cap I got hard carried in jungle a couple of seasons. But most of the time definitely was a struggle. Then I was a 96 and then a horrible loss streak, and now I'm at 90. So you'll get there. You'll get there, Magic Man. I have full faith in you. Snap is my first card game, so I feel good about my 1300 rank. 1300 is not bad. Quinnick said, worst jungler I've ever seen. At the height of Ivern. I don't think you played much with me at the height of Ivern.
Enough said, bub.
But I definitely got hard carried by him. Get Snipe, he said, I've played League since 2012. And I also have peaked in Emerald, Diamond in TFT. One season, though. I mean, that's not bad. I feel like the majority of people end up around those ranks. So we don't get extra energy. War Machine, I guess we could go Hope Summers. Maybe we should have done Hope Summers last turn. Because we could always do Hope Summers plus Squirrel Girl. That allows us to skip next turn into a free She-Hulk plus Hulkling. But we won't have the space to be able to have the Doom bots. And then the Hefty Messiah with the emote-only chat coming in. He said, got my phone to a charger. Welcome back, Hefty Messiah. The actual worst feeling in the world was being stuck with the bomb and not knowing the hotkey to plant it. Oof. He said majority of League players are in bronze and silver. Yeah. That was me for most of my seasons, was like mid-silver. Zola, maybe? Maybe. The Venom here into Arnhem Zola gets very scary very fast. They've already played Carnage. And we don't have Kyera, so if they do have a Killmonger for any reason, then our cards aren't protected. I'll give them that one. And then we're going to run the emote-only chat for the Hefty Messiah. Welcome back again. 2 minutes with the emotes, and then we'll be back, you guys. So Double Down says, here comes Killmonger. Yeah. Yep, I think with that snap, it was definitely a possibility. I'm still looking to commission somebody for some new emotes. Because with the increase in subs that we've been getting, with the increase in the amount of time I've been streaming, I would like to have some to be able to use. All right, so we have Squirrel Girl, we have Sunspot, Nebula. Let's go ahead and play the Nebula now. The Hefty Messiah with the Marvel, the Miss Marvel. Always the equivalent of just giving the middle finger. So we can go Squirrel Girl, Sunspot. Next turn is probably going to be Marvel Boy, especially since we're not worried about the Killmonger. Since they do have the blade, it looks more like a Hela resummon than anything else. We do have all of our 6-cost cards in our deck, though. I kind of want to do Pixie instead. We'll focus on Marvel Boy next turn. But a Pixie could be pretty big for us. Unless all the 6 costs just trade with themselves. Otherwise, should be good. The Hefty Messiah. You're making full use of the emote only chat. KX has some pretty decent ones. But Lady Sif comes down. I missed what it discarded though. The Red Hulk. The 1-cost Infinite is huge. It is not bad. We can go Marvel Boy. Start our scaling. We may be able to outpower resummon. Maybe not in the left lane. The Infinite is big.
Gotta run, hun.
Let's go War Machine, and then we have a decent chance of drawing into She-Hulk or Hulkling. Either would be fine. All right, we're going to free you guys from the emote-only chat here. Catch the end of the game. The blink to trade the Jubilee into death is big. Very big, very scary. Hefty, you said, I don't know how, but I was gifted sub. I was gifted subs to streamers. I don't even follow. So even in just hanging out in the chat sometimes, that is the worst possible pull in the Hope Summers. We would have to rely on this. Which I'm not sure does it. That only gives us 6 more in mid. Probably a Cope stay, but we're going to stay nonetheless. There's a bug with Copycat.
To me.
I'll reverse the change. Wow, everything stacked into mid is unfortunate. Not gonna be enough. Element you likely lose? Yeah. Depending on how the cards stacked, there was always the chance that they ended up stacking over into the left lane. Let's give them the fist bump. But Freak Mojo, you said there's a bug with Copycat, and they'll reverse the change. What bug with Copycat? 6-cost Hope Summers. It is good value. The Hope Summers. You said currently there is a visual bug where Copycat still applies the as if she's stolen another card's text. We'll be issuing a reversion to Copycat's previous functionality from before Thursdays over there early next week. And so until they can fix it, they're gonna take it away. Tanjo? It is Tanjo. I don't know what, I haven't faced Tanjo in a while. I have no idea what Tanjo is running these days. I feel like we snap into it. We have the Bar Sinister Marvel Boy line, which I always find really, really interesting, really fun. 6-cost Hope is basically an activate card. You're not wrong. The Kate Bishop comes down. They have initiative. So there's a... Oh. So if they got an Acid Arrow into Bar Sinister is deadly. Okay, beautiful. I was so worried. They do get Wiccan down. They get the Kitty Pride down. That's fine. We will take the 4 Marvel Boys giving plus 12 every turn of the game. So Shadow King's a bit tough. Drawing into Kyra would be great. Speaking of the devil, we draw into Kyra. Let's play the Kyra and let Sunspot absorb some extra energy. All of a sudden, we turned into a Star Wars with all the pew pews going around. It's going to be the most positive ninja I've ever seen. White Widow into Bar Sinister is a meme. You basically carry the negative location value over into the next 10 games. Okay. Oh, wait. That's kind of awful. I thought it was great for us for a second, but our cards no longer scale. They just get to retain the scaling that they already had. So as long as we can beat 7 power in the left, we should be good. That does it. So we do get the cheap Hulkling coming in at 2 cost. I think it becomes a War Machine. Then I'm going to hold the Hulkling for now. I think Lady Deathstrike was a good start for him. So anyways, I just started blasting. Exactly. So the basic arrow. We have a 4 power lead in mid right now. That is not what we wanted to see. I guess we go Emperor Hulkling, Squirrel Girl, and then let him absorb 4 more and hope for the best. That's wicked with that Lady Deathstrike. It was a good line. I wouldn't expect any less from Tanjo, honestly. But clearing out the Marvel Boy gave them a chance. Otherwise, it would have just been a runaway. He said the sound Hulkling makes when you're moving him. It is a little bit much. But I am glad that they added a sound to them. Because they used to release cards without any kind of like animations or sound all the time.
Victory.
Almost got us. They almost had us with it. We're able to hold on. Let's see. I feel like we've been holding over 60%. The fact that Carnage has no voice line is a federal crime. I'd jail people for it. Carnage needs one for sure. Next up we have Zed's Not Dead. Let's see. Their Arnold Mazzola is, though. So is Hulkling the worst card this season? I enjoy Hulkling a lot. I'm probably going to use him much more than I use speed, but speed is very consistent at the value that it provides. So it's really difficult to say. But I do enjoy Hulkling. Let's see. So it was Hulkling, it was speed, it was a Wiccan and Kate Bishop. There was one other, right? Oh, Marvel Boy. Marvel Boy was the other. Oh, wait. Zed. I'm not sure who to believe anymore. Because in-game, they're telling me Zed's not dead. But your name is telling me Zed is dead. We can throw... Kyra Nebula? Might be fine. I think Kate is mid? No. I think Kate is good. So Kate is kind of like a Nico. Because you don't know exactly what the opponent is. You don't know exactly what the opponent has or what they drew from it. So there's resources that are very scary from that line. And then speed is as far as a 3-cost goes, speed is honestly good value. But speed gets outshined by like some stronger 3-cost that we have floating around the game. But we do have the Infinite. But if they go Destroyer here, brings the Nimrod over. See what you mean about the unnerving sound that it makes. So here we pull it over from here and here. Then we would lose this lane from the extra 16, depending on what Atuma destroyed, I guess. We could also just try to pull it here. Stack them up together, see if maybe Atuma hits Venom instead of Nimrod. Yeah, Kate's very flexible.
All the future.
So Wolverine into Carnage.
Enough said, bub.
Nimrod does get the destroy, and so they win off of that, right? Just tie right, win left, win mid, yeah. Had it hit the Venom, I think we would have been fine, but that was a 1 out of 3 for that final turn. And then General Sergeant, thank you so much for the resub with your Prime sub for the 7th month. That is almost over half a year. But you said, sorry, I'm late to the stream. Just watch the Copium YouTube video. It's still holding strong. Like that one obviously didn't help. But we are 55 games in. I'm refreshing to make sure. We're 55 games in, a 61% win rate, which is wild for a card that has like an overall stat of win played, win 40% of your games. I think is great. You don't think Hulkling speed, Wiccan? I think they're all very specific in their value. So I think speed is, for me, probably the least used. I think he's a 3.8, 3.9 is fantastic value. Wiccan is an enabler for extra energy, and so I think he creates something that no other card can create. The other two are both in top meta decks, so mid is crazy. Wiccan and Marvel Boy? Yeah, he's not bad. He's kind of like a Marvel Boy, where he's just there and he does what he wants. Would be nice if they added a lockjaw animation with a destroy flavor for Tuma in the future. Trying to think of what that would look like, Magic Man. Would be, I think it'd be cool to see. You said putting mid cards in good decks doesn't make them good cards. Wait, which one are you calling? Which one are you calling a mid card? Because if the deck is made up of most of those mid cards, then they're all right. So I am going to play into the Vibranium Mines. I don't like it, but so that we can play into the Altar of Death, we have to have some kind of enabler going. Marvel Boy's not great. We can go Hope Summers. We shuffle more junk into our deck. Hulkling ended up being... I guess we could always... We could destroy the Marvel Boy into a skip 1/5. I think is worth a look. Oh, you guys, I snoozed the ads too many times and I forgot to run them. I'm sorry. The ads are going to run here and I can't delay them. I try not to do them in the middle of gameplay. My bad. So we can skip here. We get the Infinite and She-Hulk on the final turn. We can play whichever one it feels like is going to win the left. So right now, I think they're only going to be able to get up to a max of... right now, it's 9 if they play with Athena, but they could have Vibranium that they draw into that they can play into the Altar of Death. How is Athena there? Grappling hook from Kate Bishop. And so they played the grappling arrow or hook and then played Athena mid, and so it pulled it over. So the Loki line does research their deck. They play the Vibranium into mid, which is kind of interesting. They only have 1 card. So 2 now. Does 10 power win the left lane? I feel like that's the only chance that we have. Is if we could do Infinite and then She-Hulk to the right. Or She-Hulk to the left. My goodness. We could also play Infinite mid. And just hope that they didn't draw into a Vibranium. General said, Jeff Bezos lets me skip all ads. It does. It does indeed. Straw said W ads. Okay, so nothing into mid. The big Goliath coming down into the middle lane. We have She-Hulk holding down. Wait, they could have played into the they could have played Colossus into the Altar of Death. Interesting decision to not go with that line. We'll take the 4. We'll take the 4 cubes against the Arsham deck that had the Athena. No, not an Arsham deck. My goodness, that had the Loki line. We'll take the win regardless. Let's jump over into the next one. Arsham is haunting TLSG. I see Arsham in my nightmares. So the first time that we're able to get some kind of outside benefit from War Machine with like the Sanctum Sanctorum. My goodness, it took us several games. So Asgard coming down into mid. We do have all of our 6-cost cards left in our deck. I'm going to snap into the Pixie line. We have Hope Summers on 3, War Machine on 4, so we honestly probably don't even need the Pixie to enable them. Hunter, you said, dude, this War Machine Pixie brew is awesome. Just won a gold conquest. Nice. Hopefully it continues to hold solid for you. You said Pixie without Mobius. I love to see these bold choices. You're nothing if not bold, my friend. So Hope Summers, War Machine. Then we can position a card. Or we go ahead and do like Hope Summers to the right, War Machine to the right. Try to get the extra energy. But I think we'll fight for Asgard to get the additional card draw. I love seeing the Sanctum win. We haven't won yet, General, but it does make it typically a little bit easier. They could, with Loki, they could have our War Machine or any of the other big cards. I think I saved War Machine for 5. We can do Sunspot, Hera. War Machine on 5. We could also just forego it, do the War Machine that allows us to place like a Sunspot to the left. And if we win Asgard, then we played Pixie. There's a good chance that we could play the Infinite out next turn anyways. Acid Arrow is unfortunate though. Nothing stops you from playing into any of the locations except for the Acid Arrow. So we win that one for now, but not forever. Hulkling comes in. Destroyer. Ended up hitting itself. My goodness, these are awful draws. I'm tempted to go Hulkling Destroyer over to the right to clear up mid. Hulkling giveth and also taketh. He certainly does. Well. I feel like we're going to draw the Infinite next turn, which is awful. Not what we want to draw by any means. We can go Spider-Ham, Sunspot. Destroyer's not going to be our play ever. Next turn, Hulkling right. Oh, wait. Sun left, Kyra right. Hulkling to the right won't be bad, because we do have the Kyra protecting our 1-cost cards, right? Big Mindy, I like it. I like where your head's at. Maria Hill comes in. What do they have? Kyra. So can we beat whatever they have here? Unfortunately, it is the Infinite. Something like a She-Hulk may have been a little bit better. So 11 power. Can they beat the 11 power here? I don't know. We'll see. Emperor Hulkling, what did they get? Angel, you said made it out of work. Sadly, it got stressful at the end. Angel, I'm sorry that it was stressful. We could have just played Squirrel Girl to the left and thrown like Sunspot to the right for the extra potential absorb. Sadly, only way to lose was them having Hulkling. Yeah, that was the only way. Anything else in our deck would have been fine. But it happens. He said, hey, TLSG, just a heads up that you might want to put sponsored or ad in your stream title since you're clearly doing promotional work for the upcoming Captain America movie. With all the Red Hulk impression with all the rage emanating. Yeah, I mean, we're trying our best to suppress it. We're trying our very best. And so we may need to actually. I know that you were joking, but I think I have the contains promotional. Yeah, I have the branded content box checked, so I'm going to turn that off. right, so we have the Hulkling leader. And then I think somebody asked how the deck was doing a second ago, and I completely overlooked it. So we're at 57 games, 60% win rate. So the average cubes that we're gaining is relatively small compared to like what I think it should be. But I think part of that is because I'm not playing it necessarily or snapping super aggressively. It is a good Hulkling hit, but them having the destroy package is definitely hurting us. Especially with the Altar of Death. So if they're running the like the null stuff, there's not a whole lot that we can do. Because their high roll is going to be much higher than ours. Magic to extend the game. Tells me probably doing some high roll stuff. That I don't see much of the leader, and that shocks me. He seems nuts. Leader is one of those that it can be kind of tough to play against sometimes. You could lead it or null, yeah. Did you watch the dev update? I did. Super excited for the next season. I'm excited to see what all we can what all like activate changes, and if it kind of reinvigorates some like hype around the game. We can go Sunspot. I'm gonna go Hope Summers though, and hope for the best. But it's really matchup dependent. Yeah. So the leader can be really, really good, but sometimes it might also stab you in the back. So they skipped War Machine into Sunspot. Could be our line. Especially since we're going into 7 turns.
Opponent snapped.
But Squirrel Girl fills up our space, making it harder for us to drop an Emperor Hulkling leader on the last turn. I guess we can do Infinite next turn, right? With War Machine, we're playing into the Hope Summers lane. We'll have 6 energy. Ooh, Shuri into Nimrod is going to be devastating. We can do the copy so that it would copy the 12-powered Nimrod. But I think it does more for them than it does us. We can do something like Infinite. Maybe skip on 6 for the Sunspot line into like an Emperor Hulkling.
Hello. So
For Meek and Classic discard. Or do you think it's better without him? I'm not for sure. Galactus, it could be Galactus. Ooh, and if so, we lose in the left, yeah? We definitely lose to Galactus. Yeah, Hulkling would stop it from triggering. And then we would win right and left. But that's if we think he's going to go Galactus. If not, it's better to skip and see what happens next turn. We're going to try our best, hope for Galactus. That is not Galactus. It's going to be what, Venom? Arnim Zola. Not what we wanted to see. Not what we wanted to see. If it doesn't work, retreat out. It was a 50-52. They do get the lucky upside of the Nimrod hit, unfortunately. So we could do this. No. We could do this to win the right, but that's going to be about all we could do. All right. Jump out of that one.
Escape.
And so I haven't played a whole lot with Meek since I unlocked it, because I unlocked it like late or recently. And so I don't know which one I prefer. I have a discard deck that I use for alliance missions. I think I do. Yeah. And so I included Meek in mine. Oh. Go. That makes it a little bit easier to see. This is what I use for my just regular discard. I think it's nothing fancy or flashy. It's just kind of straightforward Swarm Apocalypse stuff, which can hold its own in quite a few matches. It is just in discard. Oh, and then Dr. Stone, I apologize. I saw your message on YouTube, but forgot to mention it. You said it is Nimrod Atuma, the new combo now. It is a new combo, but it's still a relatively like mediocre ceiling. Scene swap. Thank you, Angel. We get Pixie. We have the War Machine line. Let's go ahead and go with the Pixie. Got you covered. I appreciate it, Angel. With New York, we can change location or move our cards over. We can go Hope Summers. We have the Squirrel Girl, but I think we just go ahead and do Hope for now. We'll hope for the best. Sandra left is crazy. It's always going to get afflicted by -2. I'm going to go Kyra Magic, so it's not going to get afflicted. So it looks like a Mr. Negative deck, and they haven't hit Mr. Negative or Wong yet. So much easier for us to find an avenue to win if they're not able to hit it. I'm going to go just Sunspot in the left. They get Mr. Negative, but don't get him down until turn 5. How long are you going to stream for? I'll probably be wrapping up. It won't. I don't know. I think it still will be a little bit on the shorter side than our normal ones. So we can do Sunspot, let it absorb. We could also go She-Hulk, like War Machine, in case we draw the Infinite. I think that's not a bad option. Something like this. We'll hold the Squirrel Girl for now. Hulkling, actually. I'm going to do this instead. Because we have Gigantua and the Hulkling, we'll have to play it over to the left. Ooh, it allows Hulkling's placement everywhere. Nice. And so War Machine and Hulkling are ending up looking like the perfect pair, perfect combination. So Marvel Boy is what we end up with. Something like Emperor Hulkling, Squirrel Girl. Extra 4 here. We could go Marvel Boy, but I think the extra cost, I'm not sure that it's worth what we gain. So I'm going to lock this in. And then Tavarine, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. Let's see what our stats were. So, let's see. Make sure the last one's in there. Actually, let's do one more. Right now it's at 59. I want an even 60 games at least. You said Hovey Run? Hovey Run? Sorry, I feel like I'm going to butcher that. I'm not meaning to. Let's go with our Nebula line. Angel, you said I reached home. Gonna wrap up paperwork real fast. Well, I'm glad that you were able to get home safely. And hopefully the paperwork's not too bad. Let's go Spider Ham so that we get rid of the Castle Zemo detriment. Seeing the Spider Ham, I'm thinking Sandman, we take out their Ultron, which is such a big hit for us. They still have the Red Hulk line, but we maybe need War Machine, need some other kind of value, but definitely not a bad start. We now have the War Machine, which is perfect. That opens up our ability to do multiple cards on that final turn. Ooh, Red Guardian is unfortunate. So no more scaling on the Nebula. I don't like the skip here, though. Skipping here would allow us to do She-Hulk for 2 next turn, and then War Machine on 5 to get around the Sandman line. I think instead I'm going to go War Machine, hope for a usable 5 next turn. Ooh, and then with Rescue over here. Very, very scary. But would we ever... Hope Summers. This would end up being 6, right? Or I guess if we pull Rescue out, it's 6 over here with the Sandman line. So this would match it. But it wouldn't win that lane. Still have to be able to beat the Red Hulk line. This is going to be 6 plus 9. It's going to be 15. I guess just this then, right? If it's Sandman and then a Red Hulk or an Ultron somewhere. I think that just this into like She-Hulk. Oh no, it's not the Sandman line. Ooh, unfortunate. Ooh, it is the Sandman line. Sandman plus Chimichanga. Forgot they had that still. So we need at least 11 power in the right. High. Emperor Hulkling pulls over. Then this still becomes a tie. I didn't account for the Chimichanga, unfortunately. Emperor Hulkling being the Magneto line. I don't think there's a winning line here. We bring everything into mid. That's still just a tie. It comes down to the points. And with their Red Hulk, they're always going to outpoint us. So we got to retreat out of this one.
Escaped.
And then, OG, you said give up on right. The reason I didn't think we could give up on right is because they have a Red Hulk. And so Red Hulk at least scaled once or twice. And so if we gave up on right, that'd be an easy way to like bring home the final turn of that game. So that does bring us to 60 games. I'm going to see what the stats are. Having difficulty loading. That instant destroy on play. Oh, what, the Negasonic? Yeah, Negasonic is one that as a 3 cost, she can be really, really big, really scary, but she can be tricky to play because you have to have priority going to that last turn, similar to like an Alioth. But I do enjoy it, especially if you have something like Daredevil. I enjoy a good Negasonic. But 60 games, we have a little bit over a 59% win rate. Cube rate ended up dropping a little bit, only at just a little bit over 0.43 per game, but still maintaining a decent win rate with it over a pretty large sample size. Not bad for War Machine, but I am going to go ahead and wrap up here. I have a couple of things to do at the house before I go pick up my daughter. So we're going to raid you guys over into somebody. Thank you guys for hanging out today. Hopefully you have a fantastic weekend. And I think I'll be able to, I'm planning on trying to stream on Tuesday for the launch of new season. But of course, we'll see. We're going to send you guys over to, it looks like Nina just launched up. Like a lot of people just launched their stream. We have Dexter, like maybe 16 seconds ago. But we're going to send you guys, I think, over to Nina. And then we will catch you guys in the next one. Thank you guys, as always, for being just the incredible community that you are. We're going to send you guys over, and we will see you around on the next one.